Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto and Hinata becomes Akatsuki and destroy all villages part 2. Before we start, please go support ZykxDragon for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male and Hinata female. Christmas special. It was already December throughout the country of Shiboni and it was starting to get cold, except in the country of Iron. Those sons of hitches have cold asses all year round. In the village of Rain it was starting to snow due to its climate. The inhabitants had prepared but had not gathered enough dry wood, and leaving the village to look for it would be suicide for an ordinary villager, so they were going to ask the Akatsuki for help. By the way, in the Akatsuki tower they were not cold. The secret? Well, Deidara and Naruto were in charge of sealing every crack where the cold entered, while Pakura and Hinata gave off heat, thus making everyone comfortable except Haiden, who was cold in his sanctuary to his precious god, so well he paid tribute to him from his room. At present everyone was in the living room gathered, Hinata sitting between Naruto's legs drinking hot chocolate, Karen lying next to Naruto jealous, Naruto was reading a scroll, the others were in their world, Kakuzu counting his money, Deidara and Sasori fighting over which was the most beautiful art. Nagato trying to convince Pakura to have kuchi-kuchi. Konan and Yahiko for some reason were very happy. Itachi and Kazami were wrapping gifts. Orochimaru was doing an experiment. Juzo was practicing with the sword that Naruto lent him. Everyone was comfortable, but then it was heard like the bell that they were talking about at the door range. Naruto got up to answer the door. He was followed by Hinata, who walked behind him. He opened the door and found an older man, a lady who took care of the orphanage, and a girl. All three of them looked at him somewhat sadly. Naruto, do you need anything? He asked kindly. So, excuse me, but we came to ask for your help. Naruto, I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. Se, what happens is that the wood we had gathered has run out sooner than expected. So, the food that we also collected as well as the crops were consumed by plagues of mice. The animals became ill and are beginning to die. Girl, and the children in the orphanage are cold. Naruto, I understand, don't worry, we will help you. Naruto quickly went up with Hinata. Already in the room, everyone looked at them. Konan, is something wrong? Naruto, the villagers are having a hard time, I have to help them. Konan, don't worry, we can help you too. What do you need? Naruto watched as everyone approached and paid attention to him. Naruto, Deidara, go to the orphanage and do the same thing you did here in the tower. Deidara, I'm not going to waste my. Naruto, kids will see your beautiful art. Deidara, see you losers leaving the tower. Naruto, Orochimaru summons your snakes and gets rid of the mice. Orochimaru, done leaving. Naruto, Kazami, you can go check on the animals. Kazami, hey, do you think just because I'm like an animal means I'm going to know how to look after animals? That's racism. Naruto, but am I right? Kazami, but you're right, he said as he went to Itachi's side. Naruto, can the others help prepare and distribute food in the village? So everyone left the tower to help the village. Naruto was followed by Juzo, Hinata and Karen. Both were in the center of the village. Naruto traced seals and put his hand on the ground so that thick and tall branches began to come out of it. Juzo held his sword so that with several cuts he would tear the branches apart. Hinata with her heat dried the place and the wood. This is how Christmas Day was. Everyone was outside well wrapped up, sharing the food they had prepared. Naruto shared punch with everyone he came across. Hinata played with the children of the orphanage. At midnight Itachi had given out small gifts to everyone. He gave toys to the children. Already in the tower the exchange of gifts began. Naruto had to give a gift to Itachi, so he gave him a picture frame. Orochimaru had to give a gift to Naruto and gave him a black katana. Hinata had to give it to Karen and vice versa, something tricked by Naruto. Both of them gave each other a horrible Christmas sweater, something that you only wear to look good. The party was over and everyone had gone to sleep, but in Naruto's room, the blonde was lying down hugging Hinata, but then the body disappeared in smoke. / in the Leaf Village / Kushina was sitting on the roof of her house while drinking hot chocolate. Next to her was a tray with another steaming cup of chocolate. She felt like someone was behind her. Next to her a box appeared. Kushina, don't go. You know I can't stay. Kushina, just drink this cup of chocolate, son. From the darkness of the night, the blond man appeared, wearing a henge so that his mother would not see the changes he had undergone. He sat next to her while drinking the cup of chocolate. Both of them did not say anything, they just enjoyed the warmth of the drink. Naruto, how was your night, Mom? Kushina, excited that her son called her mom. It was nice but not that much, I was missing something. Naruto looked at her, and knew she was referring to him. He just looked up at the sky. Kushina, you missed the village. Naruto, not even a bit, the only reason I'm here is you. Kushina, you don't know what I would give to never have left you, I trusted the wrong people. Naruto, I don't want to remember the past, Mom. Kushina, your dad misses you too. Naruto, I don't believe it, I put a price on my head, Mom. Kushina, he did it because he's scared. Naruto, afraid of what, Mom? Kushina, that you were a monster. Naruto, I'm sorry, Mom. Getting up, if that means being able to cleanse this world of so much evil, I will become whatever I have to become. Kushina, listen to me, son. Naruto looked at her. No matter what happens, I will always love you. Naruto didn't say anything, he just disappeared into the flowers that Kushina took with her hands. They were white flowers that shone in the moonlight. This Christmas was not warm for everyone. Hours later, Naruto had gone to the cemetery, looking for the tombstone of the one he looked at as a father for so few years. In memory of Irika. Naruto placed a bowl of ramen on top of the tombstone, sat in front of it with another bowl, put his hands together and began to eat. Irika had been the first person who looked at him like a normal person, who had invited him to his first Christmas party, given him his first gift. He was the first to love him like a son. Chapter 30, Your Taste. It had been a few days since they had arrived with Gaara. Yahiko had sent Hinata on a mission outside the village with Konan, Pakura and Karen. Naruto had been anxious and excited remembering his night with Hinata. Then when he was about to jerk off, he was interrupted. Yahiko, hey son, appearing out of nowhere. Naruto, Dad covering himself, blushing. Yahiko, wow, they are. I thought you wouldn't have such emergencies. Naruto, well, Hinata hasn't been here for several days, so. Yahiko, come with me. Naruto got up to straighten his clothes and go after his father. They walked to the first floor. They entered a room that he knew was a warehouse, but when they entered, Yahiko moved a carpet and an entrance was seen, so they went down some stairs for a few minutes. At the end of the stairs they had entered a room where all the men were. Itachi, Kizami and Haiden were playing billiards. Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Sasori and Deidara were playing cards. Gaara, Setsu and Tobi were playing target shooting. Naruto, I never knew there was a man cave, and MMS even Gaara knew, and that's even though I got there first. Haiden, if you didn't spend all day with Hinata you would know about the man cave. Deidara, what are you doing here? Yahiko, Naruto was masturbating. Everyone stopped what they were doing to look at Naruto. Gaara, pig. Naruto, what are you talking about, Gaara? You are younger than me, you shouldn't even know what a vagina is. Gaara, when did you first put it on? Naruto, a few days ago. Gaara, I lost my virginity 10 years ago. Everyone, hoo. Deidara, haha, bucking hot lips. Yahiko, calm down, let's see. Naruto, you're practically engaged to Hinata, aren't you? Naruto, well yes, he has already given me his body and his heart, that's what I want most. Yahiko, well, like every man, you must know how to satisfy your wife, so we will give you some tips that you will put into practice, so take note. // 2 days later // Hinata had just arrived from her mission. She had received a message from Naruto telling her that he would see her in a cabin a little far from the village. She walked to the address he had given her. She entered and found a small path of roses. She smiled as she followed it. She entered a room where Naruto was lighting candles. Naruto, hello beautiful, turning around to see her happy birthday approaching. Hinata, so you remembered. Naruto, sure, today I'll treat you like a princess. Naruto took off his robe to take off Hinata's. Underneath she had a fishnet shirt, a black top underneath. black amber pants, he kissed her lovingly while caressing her waist. Hinata by inertia hugged him by the neck. The blonde's kisses went down the neck of his beloved, and at the same time his hands ventured into the round butt. He began to give her small bites on the neck, continuing on her shoulders to kiss her lips again. His hands went towards the tie of her pants. Hinata felt Naruto released her pants. She smiled, knowing what would happen again. Between kisses he brought her closer to the bed where he let her fall. He climbed on her to give her a short kiss. He went down to leave a trail of kisses on her neck, shoulders. Passed over the shirt, but Hinata would swear to feel Naruto's touch pass between her breasts, over her stomach, near her intimate area, passed over her slender legs and ended at her feet that she raised to her height. She took off her pants well, she took off the boots that she now wore. The blonde was surprised to see that under the pants she wore black stockings up to her legs, something strange if it weren't cold in that village. Naruto came back again, leaving kisses up to Hinata's mouth where they had joined again. He sat her on the bed, to this time taking off her fishnet shirt. Still kissing her, he caressed his lover's perfect body. Her arms, now covered by a soft silk fabric, matched her tights, her top and her black panties. Naruto, I think your underwear is a bit daring, stopping kissing her to arrange her properly on the headboard of the bed. Hinata, I would know that you would like it, and that you would be the only man who would let me see you like this. Naruto kissed her again. Now one of his hands went down to her breasts to caress them under the top, while with the other he held himself. Hinata only played with Naruto's hair. The same hand that was playing with Hinata's nipple now went down further to Hinata's pubis, which, when feeling Naruto's cold hands touch her on that side, made her start pulling Naruto's hair, who she knew was doing a magnificent job. With his fingers he played with her vagina. He opened it, caressed it. His ring finger was the first to enter Hinata, but only a little. Hinata got tired of that, so she moved her hips so that Naruto could put it in completely. A small moan from her was the spark that lit the fire inside Naruto. Naruto pumped his fingers in and out. As he had added another, Hinata just moaned. Naruto kissed her, but now he didn't just want to touch her but also suck, without removing his fingers under his mouth towards the girl's breasts. With his mouth he caught the nipple of her right breast. Hinata was in stasis. With one hand she held Naruto's head, and with the other she grabbed the sheets. Naruto played with the nipple until he went down even further to where his fingers were playing with passion. With his mouth he began to give kisses in that area. His tongue came into playing, licking the clitoris and lips. Both of them had left the game, giving way to the tongue. Hinata gave a louder moan when she felt her lover's tongue inside her. The tongue played around the place. Hinata breathed agitatedly. In the heat of the moment, she herself brought one hand to her chest and the other held Naruto's head, who grabbed her by the ass to deepen the act. Hinata felt her orgasm coming. She squeezed Naruto's head with her legs. How envious! Naruto played rougher until he felt her come. Naruto took out his tongue, but now he sucked the area. Hinata, little by little the sensation went away, but she still had some small spasms. Naruto went up once more to kiss her. Hinata caressed him, claiming Naruto's skin. With both of her hands, without taking off the kiss from Naruto, she took off his fishnet shirt. She also unbuttoned his pants and took them off. He didn't have his boots from the beginning, so it was easier. His underwear was practically torn off by Hinata. Hinata, please Naruto, I want to feel you. Naruto looked into her eyes. She was blushing. She was still having small spasms. She was breathing heavily. For a moment he saw a pair of hearts in Hinata's pupils. Without thinking twice he introduced his penis into Hinata abruptly. Hinata moaned after feeling him inside her. At 13 years old, his member was very good, not too big, not too small, not too flaccid, just perfect. She had never been with another man other than Naruto, but on her travels she felt alone. Having Hex at her age, where they have a lot of energy, causes things like that. Naruto began to pump in and out of her gently now. Each movement was a sea of pleasure for both of them. Hinata moaned at the stimulus. Little by little Naruto felt like he was going to come, but he didn't want to finish yet. Naruto. Hinata, let's try something new. Naruto lay down next to her. In a spooning position, he lifted Hinata's leg and penetrated her again. Hinata felt Naruto's penis in a different and pleasurable way. It was delicious for her to feel it move inside her. As she could turn and kiss Naruto, who did not stop moving, now she felt that he would come. He gave a couple more thrusts and pulled out of Hinata to come on her back, both breathing heavily. Hinata, we're going to continue, right Naru? Naruto had a runny nose as he saw Hinata face down, looking at him as she lifted her ass. He quickly positioned himself behind her and penetrated her again. Hinata just gave another moan with Naruto's name as she moved non-stop. Because time passed, Hinata had not cut her hair, so it was long. Naruto grabbed her and pulled her towards his face. Without stopping moving, he had joined their lips again. So the rest of the day and all night until dawn, both lovers had not stopped giving in to passion. Between kisses, caresses, sucks, bites, scratches, audios, and more fluids, both had fallen exhausted on the bed that had previously been changed with the help of some clones while they had Hex in the shower. Now they were getting ready to rest. Hinata hugged Naruto tightly, who caressed her hair. Hinata, so that was my birthday present? Naruto, you don't like me? Hinata, of course, no matter what we do, every moment we spend together will always be perfect. Hinata, I've always thought the same. Do you remember the Christmas we spent together? Hinata, of course, it was just before we graduated. I ran away from home to be with you. Naruto, that night I swear to be by your side forever. Hinata, you never fail to keep your promises, right? Naruto, no matter what, I will keep my promise to you. Chapter 31 Chess Game / / in the Leaf Village / Minato had received mail from the village of Rock, Cloud and Sand. Jiraiya and Kushina were present. Minato, I'm glad you're here. Kushina, what's wrong, Minato? Minato, I'll tell you. Rock Village, murder of 2 Jounin-level ninjas, theft of 2-tailed beasts and destruction of a large territory. Cloud Village, attack and infiltration of a maximum security prison, destruction of the same, helping in the escape of an A-rank criminal. Murder of more than 25 Cloud Jounin and destruction of a large territory. Sand, infiltration of the village, kidnapping and theft of the 1-tailed Biju, kidnapping of the Kage's youngest son, destruction of a large part of the Sand Village, and the best of all is that your little son did it, handing the letters to Kushina. Kushina, reading the letters, how do you know it was him? Minato, my god Kushina, those Akatsuki have been wiping out entire villages. They killed the daimyo of the Land of Fire. They attacked the 5 villages as well as others. They have been killing many people. I can't believe you want to believe that your son is innocent. Kushina, what I can't believe is that you put a price on the head of our son. He needed us, and you just wanted to learn that stupid sage mode. Jiraiya, that hurts, Kushina. Kushina, no, I can't believe I married you. Kushina left the letters on the desk to leave the office. Minato sighed heavily to get up from his seat and look at the village. Jiraiya, what are you going to do, Minato? Minato, I will send a letter to the 4 great villages to join forces to attack the Akatsuki. Jiraiya, do you want to kill your own son? Minato, what I want is to protect my village. Jiraiya, is the village more important than your son? Minato didn't say anything, he just stared at the village. / in the rain / Outside the tower, Naruto was training with Kakuzu. Both were shirtless and punching. Next to them was Hinata training with Karen, also in hand-to-hand combat, but they were using a kunai. Hinata, tired little girl? Karen, not at all, princess. Both girls were now fighting faster. Naruto was focused on the girls until he received a strong blow that sent him crashing into the tower. Kakuzu, focus, brat, let's leave it for today. The girls continued to fight until Naruto separated them using his arms with threads. Naruto, we already know that both of you are strong. Do you want to go eat? Hinata, it's okay, I won anyway. Karen, what did you say, blind? Hinata, what did you hear, period hair? Both girls started another insult fight that made Naruto stressed. The 3 of them had gone to the village to eat ramen, where they had also competed to see who of the 2 ate more. Hinata was very affectionate with Naruto because she sat on his legs. Karen from time to time tried to flirt with Naruto. Hinata told Karen that she would kill her if she flirted with him again. At dinner, the fight between the 2 continued. Deidara laughed at what was happening to Naruto. Naruto tried to eat, but the fight between the girls made his soup fall off the spoon. It seemed that even dark circles began to appear under his eyes until a voice was heard from behind Naruto, and at the same time some arms surrounded him. Darling, we've already found it. Naruto covered one of his eyes and could see what he needed. Naruto, perfect Fu, it's time to go for him. Getting up, go with the others, I will catch up with them. Conan, what's wrong, are they? Naruto, I found Danzō. Conan, what escaped? Looking at her husband, who turned his face away while whistling. Don't act like an idiot, Yahiko. Hitting him, you were supposed to take care of him. Yahiko, I was supposed to do it. Deidara. Deidara, Toby was supposed to do it. Everyone looked at Toby, who was sucking his fingers from eating with his mouth. Toby went to get a rabbit. Conan, what the hell did you want a rabbit for? Toby wanted to plant it to have a rabbit's foot tree, and thus bring good luck to everyone. Deidara, damn Toby. Conan, can you do it? Naruto, don't worry, Mom. Naruto bowed and proceeded to leave, but both Karen and Hinata stood up to follow him, but a whirlwind of leaves lifted them up and sat them back down. Conan, where do you two think you're going? Karen/Hinata, I want to go with Naruto. Conan, you guys already have Naruto stressed out with your fights. Listen, you have the eyes of one of the most powerful ninjas this world has ever seen. Together you can create something as incredible as the Susanoo, but you only did it 3 times. As punishment for bothering Naruto so much, you both will have to work together to create a jutsu where both of you benefit. Until then, Hinata will not sleep with Naruto again, and you, Karen, will not be able to spy on him in the shower or receive his caresses on the head during the mornings. Karen/Hinata, why, Mom? Conan, because they already tired us with their fights. Toby uses a spoon, Kizami eats with his mouth closed, Deidara eats vegetables, Haiden lowers his elbows from the table, and you, Yahiko, looking angrily at Yahiko, who is scared. Do you remember what happens when you hide something related to the organization from me? Yahiko, yes, trembling. Conan, then expect double today. / with Naruto / The blonde ran through the forest at night. He had been summoned by Fu. They were supposed to be at the limits of the territory. Danzō had escaped while ago when they had returned from his capture. Flashback. Naruto had taken the prisoners to the tower's dungeon. Yahiko had entrusted him with their interrogation. Since Nagato was busy, he had entered first with Fugaku. He removed the bag he had on his head and the man looked at him. With his Rinnegan he could see that he was trying to activate his Sharingan. Naruto, it's useless, we mark your digitsu. Fugaku, do you think I'm afraid of you, brat? Naruto, you should. Fugaku, I'm no longer the child you despaired before. Do you remember the day my brother Minato found out that I was his brother? Do you remember what you said? Fugaku, you're just a bucking monster. Naruto, you're right, I became the monster you wanted so much. My leader asked me to interrogate you without killing you, but the truth is I want to leave early, so let's do this quickly. Naruto made some quick seals and put his hand on the ground from where a head began to emerge. It was the head of the Demon King. The head opened its mouth, and its tongue came out in the shape of a hand to take Fugaku's tongue and pull it. Naruto, this is the Demon King. I will ask you only once, and if you lie to me, this thing will rip your tongue out, making you force me to take your soul out, killing you. Itachi would not be very happy. I know you have kidnapped people. Where are they? If you tell me the truth, I will let you go with one eye. Fugaku, they are being held in a hidden barracks near the daimyo's territories. Naruto, see, was it easy? Like I told you, I'll let you go with one eye. The Demon King left Fugaku. Naruto brought his hand closer to Fugaku's face until the door opened. Naruto turned his head and looked at Itachi. Itachi, I am Naruto. Naruto, okay, I'll go see what's going on with Danzō, leave him alive. Naruto left the place and walked to where Danzō was supposed to be. He entered and found an Obito playing with a rabbit. Naruto, Toby and Danzō? Toby, what Danzō? Naruto, the Danzō that I had tied up here. Toby, he hit me with bacon and ran away. Naruto, well, record it. Toby, but you tell me this as a friend or as a boss? Naruto, as a friend. Toby, well, yes. End of flashback. Both had searched for Danzō, but he had escaped. so he had decided to summon his paths and send them to look for him, but until then they had given him information about his whereabouts. He already had him in sight. He threw a kunai at Danzō's feet, which stopped his escape. Naruto appeared on top of a branch of a tree that was right in front of Danzō. Naruto, Era, are you going somewhere? I see you very lonely. How about I keep you company? Danzō, damn fox brat. Danzō was trying to make his wind sword, but that's when Naruto spoke. Naruto, don't be so naive. Naruto snapped his fingers and something had caught Danzō. Behind him a chameleon appeared with Fu on top of him. The other paths appeared surrounding the ambu by the roots. Naruto, I was ordered not to kill you, but it's okay for me to disobey my father once, right? Danzō, you don't have the balls. Naruto, I have plenty of balls, Danzō. In fact, I thank you for what you gave me. Several Sharingan in one arm. You are sick, but thanks to you and Fugaku Itachi's illness was cured. Enough talk. Naruto put his hand on Danzō's head and began to pull the old Warhawk's soul from it, thus absorbing it and obtaining Danzō's memories even though he had a slight headache. Naruto, so I was right, it's good that the girls saved those people. Zabuza, Naruto, what do we do with the body? Naruto, take him to Orochimaru. The others, I need you to go to the border and be alert. Report to me every 12 hours, understood? All understood. Naruto, go. All paths disappeared as Naruto looked at the moon. Naruto, I have to see Mama Kushina. Chapter 32. White pawn to d6. 3 months had passed since that night. In the rain, Naruto had been training with Gaara with the chakra of his beasts. Both learned to connect their chakra with that of the beasts, so they could get a certain control of them. With Hinata and Karen, although Hinata did the same training, Naruto could not see him. Only a couple of times could he sleep with him. The relationship with Karen was improving. They did not fight as much anymore. Konan had shown them that both were more alike than they thought. But the strongest thing was that both wanted Naruto's happiness and to be by his side. In the Leaf Village, Minato had sent a message to the other villages which had agreed to meet in order to discuss Akatsuki. Today was the big day. All the big villages had met. Both Kages and their guards had met in the great village of the Leaf. Everyone was already gathered at the top of the Hokage Tower, which is where the discussion would take place. They were all sitting around a round table. They all put their hat on the table as they stood up. Minato, it is a pleasure that you are all gathered here. For those who do not know me, addressing me, my name is Minato Namikaze. I am the Kage of the Leaf Village. Oanoki, standing up, my name is Oanoki. I am the Kage of Rock. I know we all have the same reason for being here. Raza, I am Raza no Sabaku. I am the Kage of the Sand. I would not like to have problems with the leaf because of a child. I am the Kage of the Cloud. That child is not something normal. I have killed several of my ninjas and we have to solve it. I am Meitarumi, the current Kage of the Mist. Due to the civil war that my village was suffering, I did not know about that child, but I know that the former Kage was killed by them, and I would like to know what threat we are facing. Minato, I have obtained a lot of information about them thanks to some leaf spies. They are originally from the Rain Village. Their members are made up of several A and S rank ninjas. It is unknown who the leaders of the organization are. Do you know why they want to gather all the beasts? Minato, so far we don't know what for. What we do know is that so far they only need the 2 and the 8 tails. They also carry the legendary swords of the mist. Really? How many of them? Minato, we don't know exactly. We only know that they have at least 5. Raza, and what is that technique of your son who created a big ball of rubble and let it fall? He did the same thing the time he faced me. In fact, that was what killed several of my men. Minato, I don't know that, but it has to do with the Dijitsu he possesses. We still haven't found enough information to have something useful. The only thing we found was that it's called Rinnegan. Oanoki, that name sounds familiar to me. Minato, what do you think we should do? I don't think it would be good for us to lose men. Maybe it would work to have a meeting with them and peacefully sign an agreement where they release the bijus and… Miss May, what you are proposing is stupid. We are talking about terrorists. What we should do is kill them all. Minato, pulling out the weeds by the roots. Onoki, yes, killing them would bring peace back to our villages, since it is known that there are people like them with such power, people no longer sleep the same. Minato, I propose the alliance of the 5 villages to directly destroy the Akatsuki organization. Raza, isn't it very stupid to go head-on against them? The surprise factor would help us. Onoki, due to a mutual enemy, I vote for the union of the villages to attack the Akatsuki. I vote for the alliance. Raza, I vote for the alliance. My village is not in a position to fight on a large scale, but I will support them in whatever way I can. Minato, gather your people, we will plan the rain attack. / in the rain 6 days later / Naruto was lying on his bed looking at the ceiling while listening to music with Hinata's headphones, when he felt someone jump on top of him and crush him. Just by smelling her he could tell who it was. Naruto, I miss you so much hugging her. Hinata, I miss you too, I was dying to touch you again. Naruto, what did mom tell you? Hinata, we finally finished with Karen so she let me come. Naruto, I like that they both get along. Hinata, yeah, whatever. Naruto, do you want to do something today? Hinata, are we going for ramen? Naruto, you read my mind, hey, you know what? Hinata, what? Naruto. Imagine this as a music video, I have 1,253,000 things for which I like you. Do you want to know what they are? I want to tell you that I love you, and that I like you a lot even though you already know it. That with every second that passes I love you more, and with every second that you are not here I feel like I am dying. Hinata was blushing knowing that it was another of the songs he always sang to her. I like you for your eyes that shine so much, for your lips, your gaze, for your smile. I like you when you dress in green or purple, red, brown, blue, gray, orange. Naruto sang to her while Hinata changed her clothes since it was a date. I like you in any color because you are so beautiful. I like to be your knight, and you my maiden, dreaming that we are alone, just you and I, kissing for an eternity while the sun sets. They had both been walking through the streets of the village. I like being with you, giving you a hug, telling you that I love you and giving you 1,000 kisses. You are the girl I have waited for so long, and now that I have you, I know very well that I will love you. Naruto had kissed her in front of the entire village, who looked untouched by the scene. I like you for your look, for your smile, for those beautiful eyes that enchant me. I want to have you by my side forever. I want to have you until death. Naruto hugged her very lovingly. I like you made up and dressed up. I like you dirty and disheveled. I like you when you laugh for no reason. I like it when you say you love me with all your heart. Naruto made funny faces that made the children laugh, ending with another hug to Hinata. I like to say that I love you more, and for you to tell me no that you love me more, to fight with you to see who loves the other more. I like you for your lips, for your nose, your eyes. Naruto sang to her while caressing Hinata's lips and nose to look into her eyes. I like to make you laugh with tickles. I like you for your hair and your cheeks. I like it when you laugh and when you get angry. I like you when you blush. Naruto tickled her, caressed her hair and cheeks, and gave her a kiss on the neck. I like to see in your eyes I love you, silly. I like you, baby, you know I love you so much, so much, so much from here to infinity. Having met you in this life was the most beautiful thing. Naruto took a flower and put it in Hinata's hair. I like you for your look, for your smile, for those beautiful eyes that enchant me. I want to have you by my side forever. I want to have you until death. I like you for being who you are, for being so unique among women. I like to tell you hey and leave you in doubt. I like to give you kisses and leave you speechless. I think you already know what happened here. I like to wake you up with words of I love you, girl. I like to say that you are the best thing in life. I like you, you and only you. I like to walk with you through the blue sky. As if nature knew, today the sky had cleared so that the sun could meet and be jealous of the couple. For you, my beautiful little girl, I like to say that I like you and I love you. It's that I like you for 100,000 more reasons, and I want you just for me. Naruto hugged her possessively because a boy had stared at Hinata. You are mine and I am yours. You are just tattooed and smeared here in my mind. I want to kiss every inch of you, tell you that I love you and that I couldn't live without you. Naruto carried her and spun her around. I like you for your look, for your smile, for those beautiful eyes that enchant me. I want to have you by my side forever. I want to have you until death. I like you for your look, for your smile, for those beautiful eyes that enchant me. I want to have you by my side forever. I want to have you until death. I like you for your look, for your smile, for those beautiful eyes that enchant me. I want to have you by my side forever. I want to have you until death. They both ended their day on the top of a hill where there was that tree where they had kissed and promised each other many things. Chapter 33. Black Pawn to D4. The day had arrived. In our couple's room the light was beginning to enter. The first to get up as always had been Hinata. She was naked. She got up and covered herself with the sheet. She went to the bathroom to take a shower. While the water fell down her body she had felt another body next to her. Some hands took her by the waist. Naruto, I wanted to sleep with you a little longer. Hinata, I wanted to make you breakfast. Naruto, I forgive you for that alone. They had both bathed with the help of the other. They got out of the shower and went down to have breakfast. There they cooked between the two. The others appeared to have breakfast. They sat at the table while the couple passed them their plate. A little later everyone was already having breakfast. They were like a big family. Everyone talked to everyone. Mainly Naruto was the one who made everyone smile. When they had finished it was Kazami's turn to wash the dishes. So everyone had gathered in that room where Madara used to be. Yahiko, I think everyone has their missions already. Does anyone have any questions? Hinata, what are we going to do? Konan, this time you will rest. You can go to the village and help. Yahiko, go. Everyone had gone on their missions except for Hinata, Karen and Naruto. The three of them had gone to the village as their father had said. They separated and that was when Naruto took advantage to go where he wanted for a few months. // in the Leaf Village 2 hours later // Kushina was at home. She was studying the papers that the previous Kages had left to claim their son's lands. She was in the basement of the house where she had locked herself since she fought with Minato. They were so concentrated that she didn't feel someone appeared behind her. She only felt it when he had touched her shoulder. She scared had taken him by the hand, and with a key had thrown him. She was about to stab him with a kunai when she realized it was her son. Naruto, don't worry, I can't die from the kunai. Seeing the weapon at his throat. Kushina, what are you doing here? You know that if any ninja realizes that you are here, they will attack you. Naruto, I just wanted to see you, Mom. Kushina smiled to pick up her son and give him a hug, until she herself broke the gesture. Kushina, it's still dangerous. How did you find me? Naruto, I put a seal on you similar to Minato's, pointing to his arm on which a seal shone. Kushina, when did you put this signal on me? Naruto, that Christmas night. Kushina, look, learning an S-rank jutsu and putting a signal on a sensor without him noticing, you really are a genius. Naruto, thanks Mom. Kushina, more importantly they are. A few months ago I found these papers, taking it to the table to show them some papers they are. Since you were born you were heir to all the lands that I and your grandmother Mito once had in our possession. Naruto, I didn't know that. Kushina, son, you are the owner of more than half of the Land of Fire, of the lands of the Yamanaka, Nara, Uchiha, and some Hyuga here in the village. You are practically more powerful than the late daimyo. Naruto, looking at the papers, but here it says that the lands will be given to my stupid brother if I die. Now I see why Fugaku tried to kill me so many times. Kushina, what? Naruto, yes, when I was a child he tried to kill me several times. He sent some ninjas from the clan. He tried to poison me. He even came to me himself. But every time Kurama had helped me. Kushina, that bastard, what happened to him and Danzō? Naruto, they're both dead. Fugaku died from an eye infection and I killed Danzō myself. Kushina, I never wanted you to kill, son. Naruto, and I never wanted to kill, but it was necessary, Mom. But now I will not let the next generation get blood on their hands. That is Akatsuki's mission. Kushina, son, Minato left a week ago with more than 70% of the military force, and there was also a meeting where all the Kages were here. Naruto, what? What Kages? Kushina, the rock, the cloud, the sand and the mist. Naruto, Damn, they got together knowing they have a common enemy. Kushina, who are you talking about? Naruto, from me. Kushina opened her eyes and Naruto disappeared in a flash. The red-haired girl said nothing and ran out of the house. She had to stop her still husband. / with Naruto / The blonde ran through the forest with the help of Hiraishin no Jutsu. He summoned Zabuza as he ran. The swordsman appeared and ran to Naruto's side. Zabuza, what's going on? Naruto, the villagers are heading towards the rain. They are going to attack us. Go with my father. They must be in the tower. They must evacuate all the villagers, summoning the other paths. Look for the others. They have a seal and you already know how to use it. Let them know that they must meet at the village. We have no time to waste. The paths disappeared in smoke, while inside Naruto Kurama roared. Kurama, brat, use my chakra to go faster. Naruto felt the orange chakra surrounding him, slowly letting out two tails as he released the seal in the second form and disappeared in a blur. / in the rain / Hinata and Karen were helping out at the hospital. Both were taking care of an elderly man. Hinata, you must take care of your health, sir. You are no longer at the age to do so many jobs. SV, I'm sorry ladies, but I have to work. Karen, then get plenty of rest. Don't give us any more work, okay? SV, yes, thank you very much, ladies. The man had left while both were taking a break. Hinata, it really is tiring work. Karen, you don't even have to say it, but it's good. The village is thriving very well. Hinata, yes, all thanks to us. They both smiled at each other when they heard a loud explosion. Scared, they left the small hospital. The scared people gathered in the hospital that everyone knew was where Hinata was. The orders had been that in case of an attack, all the villagers would gather around an Akatsuki. Hinata ordered them to enter the hospital. More explosions had appeared, one from inside the tower. Both saw how their home began to fall. The attack had affected the structure, causing the tower to collapse. A ninja had appeared. Hinata quickly went towards him and killed him with a single blow, but another ninja appeared and attacked her from behind, but some golden chains had impaled him. Hinata, damn it! More ninjas had appeared attacking them. The village was destroyed between explosions. The only thing that was intact was the hospital. Hinata and Karen were back to back and were surrounded by ninjas from 4 different nations. Karen, what do you want? You should know that. Hinata recognized that voice, looked where it was and looked at the old dwarf of the rock. Oh Inoki, it's crazy. Hinata saw that everyone launched themselves at the same time, but she held hands with Karen and Susanoo's ribs had appeared protecting them, but they had received an attack of dust element from Vegeta, causing them to fly away, crashing into the hospital. Oh Inoki, we know what they can do, they won't surprise us. Hinata was upset. The chakra of the beast trapped inside her began to surround her, as well as Karen, who only complained about the burning sensation that the chakra entering her gave her. Little by little, as if it were plasticine, a lion made of blood-red chakra had formed. The ninjas were scared to see such a creature. / with Deidara and Sasori / Both, as always, had been walking while doing their beautiful art, but they heard how someone appeared at their side. They recognized her as being one of Naruto's paths plus. Yuri, guys, Naruto asked us to tell you to return to the village. Sasori, what's wrong? Yuri, they are attacking the village. Both of them didn't say anything, they just ran back. Yuri disappeared. Both artists weren't far away when they heard the first explosions. They quickened their pace, but both received a sand attack, stopping them. Both of them got up just to be able to dodge another sand attack in front of them. Raza appeared along with some rock and sand ninjas. Raza, wow, so I ran into the favorite traders of Yaoi. Deidara, damn Raza. Sasori, Deidara, we must help in the village. Deidara, I know, but we can't leave them alive. Sasori, then we have to kill them. / with Itachi and Kazami / The two were on a road. Kazami wanted to ask Itachi something for a while. Kazami, Itachi, can I ask you a question? Itachi, spit it out. Kazami, what is your daughter's name? Itachi key? Kazami key? Itachi, yes, she is the key to my heart. Kazami, how nice. Itachi, shut up. They both walked a little further until a small explosion of smoke appeared in front of them, from which Yugura came out. Kazami, what's up, shorty? Yugura, they must return to the village, they are attacking it. Itachi opened his eyes and disappeared into the crows. Kazami jumped and disappeared too. The Uchiha had to get home as soon as possible. Time was passing too quickly. He arrived at his small cabin. He saw how several men were surrounding the cabin, and without knowing how his Majikyo had launched the powerful black flames, killing all the ninjas in his sight were consumed. So that's the power of an Uchiha. Itachi saw the Reikage emerge from the hut with his brother carrying his wife and daughter. Hey, I was thinking of having fun with her, but I see that time has gone by quickly. Itachi, let them go. Hey, or what are you doing, Itachi? Before you move they will be dead. Itachi, she's just a kid and she hasn't done anything. Hey, her sin was being the daughter of two traitorous Uchiha. Itachi felt time stop. A had raised her hand surrounded by lightning chakra, and in a quick movement the heads of both girls had fallen. Tears from Itachi's eyes, from Kazami who was arriving, and from the writer fell. They could remember the moments Itachi spent with both of them, the day they got married, the day Ki was born, the first time the girl called Kazami uncle. Those little moments, each and every one, had passed through the eyes of both of them. Itachi didn't even notice when A's own hand had been cut off by Kazami. The swordsman pushed the brothers away from an attack. Itachi slowly approached the bodies of his family. He cried next to the remains of the only person who gave meaning to his life and the only person who made him want to live it. Chapter 34. White Queen to C6. In an empty place, only one person could be seen floating in that void. His eyes were closed. What happened to your promise? I couldn't fulfill it. What happened to your friends? They suffered from my dream. Will you leave it like that? Will you let the death of your friends mean nothing? No, his death had a purpose. Which? That I could be here. Haiden and Kakuzu were going to hunt down a leader of the Star Village, but in front of them Fu had appeared. Both stopped. If one of Naruto's paths appeared, they knew it was something bad. A few months ago he had put a seal on the back of their necks. Haiden, what happened? Fu, they are about to attack the village. Both of them didn't say anything either. They just ran back to the village as fast as they could. They could also hear the explosions. They knew that everyone had left. The only ones who had stayed were Karen, Hinata and Naruto, but they still had to help them. While they ran back, they were attacked by kunai with explosive seals that they managed to dodge. They looked around and came across the famous Ino Shikacho trio, as well as some unimportant jounin with the story. Haiden, we'll have to get rid of them. Kakuzu, Naruto must be desperate if he sent one of his paths. Let's do plan N4. Haiden agreed as he took his scythe and Kakuzu launched himself into a fight against the jounin. Everyone joined the fight. The famous trio faced Haiden. Shikaka set a trap with his shadows. When he attacked Choza, he fell into the trap, causing the shadows to pass through them, while some jounin did the same with their weapons. Haiden did not make any gesture of pain. Haiden, did you think that would kill me? It takes a lot more. Haiden with his scythe in one movement killed all the jounin around him. Shikaka knew that he should not move, but he felt something grab him by the neck and pull him. Kakuzu had taken the Nara leader by surprise. Having him in front of him with all his strength, he gave him a head, but leaving Shikaka bewildered. Then, as if it were the WWE, he lifted him up and dropped him on his knee, thus hurting his back. Choza rolled towards Kakuzu, but he, as if he were hair, gave him a kick that sent him to hell. Inoichi was surprised his two companions had been defeated so quickly, but being focused on his companions, he did not know when two snakes had appeared behind him and both bit his arm and the other a leg. Inoichi reacted when the snakes escaped. He began to feel dizzy, weak, and finally fell from the branch of a tree. Haiden, now free, massacred all the jounin, sacrificing them in the name of Jashin. When only dead ninjas and parts of what they once were remained, both left the place to support the Rain Village. // with Gaara, Nagato and Pakura // Gaara had been sitting with them as a chaperone because they took too long on missions together. but as they walked down the road ahead of them, Shusui's path appeared. "Shusui, guys, it's an emergency. They are going to attack the Rain Village. You must return immediately." The three of them did not contradict anything. Only Nagato summoned a bird and the three of them took flight directly to the village. When they were above, they could see what looked like spots of ants moving directly towards the village, shaking the trees and sometimes knocking them down. The three of them let themselves go towards the Great Lake. The invading ninjas noticed how 3 people fell into the water. From the water emerged a 3-headed dog that attacked the ninjas. Pakura jumped from the dog's head to begin hitting everyone who crossed her. Nagato drew seals and their paths appeared that separated and began to kill ninja who crossed them. Gaara began to attack with his sand and poisonous smoke bombs. He moved on land to go help Hinata and Karen, but before he could advance, a wall of sand stopped him. "Gaara, I'm surprised you're here, father. I knew you cared about it as a weapon, but I didn't know it was worth the lives of thousands of ninjas." "Raza, don't get carried away. I'll just kill you and extract the biju from your corpse." "Gaara, you have never fought against me, but I will show you that we are on different levels. // with Hinata and Karen // The invading ninjas began to launch different jutsus that the chakra lion dodged and at the same time attacked the ninjas. Onoki was surprised by such a technique that both had created. A ninja behind the lion appeared with a katana that he grew 3 times and surrounded it with wind element chakra. He jumped to try to hit him, but golden chains came out from the lion's back and held the ninja to split him in half. Everyone was surprised by that, so the lion began to attack, but it was when a blue fire tiger attacked the lion. Both beasts began to fight, destroying and killing in their path. Onoki was shocked by what he saw. Those girls were chakra monsters. "Onoki, help Matatabi, kill that monster." All the ninjas began to attack from afar. Onoki went down to the ground and touched him. "Onoki, Earth Element, Great Rock Golem." A gigantic rock golem appeared to hold the lion that had the tiger on the ground. Matatabi took advantage of that and attacked it, destroying it. Both girls appeared on the ground panting due to the chakra drain they had done. "Hinata, come on Karen, Naruto shouldn't be long activating his Mangekyo Sharingan." "Karen, you don't have to tell me Hina, he'll come, I know," getting up to help Hinata and activate her Mangekyo. Both girls watched as more ninjas appeared in front of them than before. Hinata took out her double swords and Karen took out her chains. // with Sasori and Deidara // Sasori used his puppets to kill the ninjas he was facing, but another one appeared next to him to try to hit him with a leaf, but Sasori covered himself with another one. "Sasori, it's a nice meeting, isn't it, Grandma?" An old lady appeared handling 2 particular puppets. It was old Chio with Kankuro. "Chio, you are not my grandson, you are just a puppet now." "Sasori, I became what I loved the most." "Kankuro, tch, we have to kill him." The puppet duo attacked Sasori, who had taken out his 3rd Kazekage puppet. When the old lady looked at the puppet, she was shocked and horrified. "Chio, how do you have that puppet?" "Sasori, it's the late Kazekage himself, Iron Sand, Drizzle." Above the duo and other ninjas supporting, a cloud of sand formed and needles made of iron sand began to fall from it. Old Chio protected herself with the puppet just like she did with Kankuro. All the other ninjas were dead. Chio threw her puppet just like Kankuro did, but both were destroyed by blows given by Sasori's puppet. "Sasori, as predictable as ever, Grandma." "Chio, I raised you, I know some of your tricks too." Chio/Kankuro, White Secret Jutsu, Illusion Collection. From the hands of both came threads of chakra that joined the bodies of the fallen ninjas to attack Sasori. The red-haired boy already expected this. "Sasori, Iron Sand, Assault Gathering." In front of the puppet, pieces of iron formed bars of the same material. These began to be thrown against the controlled bodies as well as the puppeteers, who only protected themselves with their bodies. When they were destroyed, the Kazekage puppet opened its mouth. "Sasori, puppet prepared, 8 needle slings." "Chio, mechanical light shield." From the puppet's mouth, multiple needles began to come out and went towards the puppeteers, but Chio put a puppet in front of her that extended her hands and some parts of them opened. showing a kind of chakra shield. Sasori, they will be annoying to kill. With Deidara. The blonde was fighting against several ninjas when a kunai passed through his cheek. He looked in the direction where the kunai came from and came across the Uchiha matriarch. He looked into her eyes and looked at that Dijitsu that he hated so much. Deidara, so the silent death comes to me. Mikoto, someone silent against an explosive idiot. Something weird, right? Deidara, art is an explosion, explosive clay dolls. From Deidara's hands fell clay that formed 2 clay dolls that went towards the Uchiha matriarch, who only threw 2 kunai with explosive seals that destroyed the dolls. Deidara Katsu. Mikoto saw clay spiders coming out from beneath her and exploding. She managed to jump back, but every time she stepped on the ground she found another spider that exploded, until she turned around and drew seals. Mikoto, fire element, great blaze. Needless to say, the flame from his mouth incinerated the spiders and made them explode before he stood in an open field. Deidara, now I know why they were so afraid of you, you're good. Mikoto, you haven't seen anything yet. Mikoto threw a kunai and a shuriken that subsequently split into many. Deidara quickly released a piece of clay that caused an explosion of smoke. The attack arrived, but when Mikoto saw, a bird appeared in front of her that had stopped the projectiles. Deidara, let's see how you fare against this explosive clay, owl. There was another explosion of smoke and a large owl appeared that went towards Mikoto, who traced seals and hit her palm with the ground, and from it came a somewhat strange wall like the ones that Orochimaru summoned. The wall stopped and destroyed the owl that exploded. Deidara heard something heavy fall and echo, so he put something to his ear and spoke. Deidara, what's wrong, Sasori? Sasori, I'm fighting against my grandmother Chio and a brat. What about you? Deidara, I'm with the silent death. Sasori, we can't let them go to the village. Deidara, I'll do what I can. Deidara watched as Mikoto appeared on one side passing through the cloud of smoke. She threw several kunai which were stopped by Deidara's arm that could barely move due to the speed. Deidara, damn. Mikoto, you're a dead man, those kunai had paralyzing poison. Deidara, ha ha ha, do you think so? Deidara took his left with his right and took it away. Deidara, I lost this arm while ago, when I was fighting Naruto. Mikoto was surprised when a snake wrapped around her. Deidara was going to blow up the snake when a puppet appeared and cut it. The blonde saw Kankuro and Chio appear escaping from hundreds of needles. Deidara quickly created a clay bird and took off. Sasori saw his partner, and how the old woman, Kankuro, and the Uchiha were hiding behind the trees. Sasori, puppet jutsu, needle-throwing arm. The puppet's arms extended towards where the hidden ones were. As they extended they began to spit needles. The ninjas noticed this, so they protected themselves or evaded it. Mikoto jumped to the top of a tree, looked at Deidara and traced seals. Mikoto, fire element, compressed fire. Deidara felt a kind of ball stick to his other arm. The object began to glow until it exploded in a powerful crimson flame. Sasori was attentive, but the glow of the explosion shielded him a little, which Chio took advantage of as she moved to where he was, and with the puppets of the red-haired boy's parents she pierced his chest. Sasori, Tiu. Chio, you've already done so much damage. I knew there was still something alive inside you. What organ is more important than the heart? Sasori fell to the ground. Mikoto saw something fall to the ground. The three of them approached the dead bodies of the Akatsuki when Deidara, suicide bomb clone Katsu. 2 explosions surrounded them. Behind them appeared Sasori and Deidara flying. Deidara no longer had both arms and Sasori no longer had his puppet. Deidara, you know what we should do. Sasori, Hinata and Naruto will be very sad. Deidara, art will never die even if I am already dead. From the clouds of smoke appeared Mikoto carrying Kankuro and Chio without an arm because she had protected herself with it. Mikoto left the little puppeteer on the ground while he rested. He had somewhat serious burns. Without either of them expecting it, a puppet appeared behind them and caught them. Mikoto hit it, but it didn't break. Chio, you understand. Some light came through some small openings. Mikoto looked at a shirtless blonde with a mouth on his chest where his heart would be. Deidara, I once fought your son Itachi. Damn, that guy was good, But I met someone stronger, Naruto Uzumaki. If you think we are S rank, that brat is a god. The blonde's body began to change. From her arms to her face there were marks as if a wick was burning. Deidara, only someone understood me that art is an explosion, see zero definitive art. Mikoto and Chio had a face of terror. Sasori began to run towards the village escaping from the explosion. The puppet had the job of compressing the explosion so that it did not reach the village so much, but even so an expansive wave reached him. When he recovered he looked behind him and there was only a large crater. Thinking he could make it something but appeared next to him. Kankuro, Black Secret Jutsu, Iron Maiden. One puppet had trapped him inside it, and the other's limbs separated and pierced the puppet that had Sasori imprinted. Kankuro smiled but only saw sand dripping from the openings. He opened his eyes when he felt something go through his chest. He looked behind him and it was Sasori who had killed him with his own hand. Sasori, you don't even know how to play brat. A puppet is only as strong as its weakest joints. So he took out his hands to leave, but Zetsu had appeared in front of him. Sasori, I thought you would help. Zetsu, that's why I'm here. Black Zetsu appeared behind him and took out his puppet heart and disappeared, leaving the puppet body. Chapter 35. Black Pawn A3. As Haiden and Kakuzu ran, they were stopped by two ninjas. They were Kakashi and Dari, both with their weapons sheathed. Haiden, hell with you, just get out of my way. Kakashi, come on Dari, we need to buy some time. Both ninjas launched themselves towards the duo of immortals who were angry. They separated when fighting, Haiden versus Dari and Kakuzu versus Kakashi v. Dari attacked Haiden, but the white-haired man was too agile and fast. But seeing an opening he stabbed him with his katana, but this didn't even bother him at all, so he slashed him with his scythe, but was stopped by someone else's blade. So, you're the one they say is immortal. Haiden looked to the side and found Asuma Tsurutobi. He broke free by swinging his scythe. The two ninjas stood in front of the immortal ninja. Haiden smiled. Haiden, now, let's enjoy suffering together to the fullest. Haiden attacked Dari and Asuma separated and threw shuriken but with the chain of his scythe. Asuma, chakra blade, straight line. Asuma had thrown his blade at Haiden, who was able to dodge it, but that was when Dari took advantage to attack him as well. Dari, element water, water wall formation. Dari launched the attack that hit Haiden, but while he was throwing the water he drew signals. Dari, lightning element, wave of inspiration. The water was surrounded by rays that completely damaged Haiden. Kakuzu saw this while fighting against Kakashi, who was attacking him with his kunai while he had activated his Sharingan, which had been supported by Asuma appearing behind Kakuzu tracing seals. Azuma, earth element, coupling. Two earthen arms came out of the ground and held Kakuzu, who was attacked by Kakashi. Kakashi Chidori. Kakashi's attack had pierced Kakuzu's heart, killing him. But on a tree branch appeared the Nara strategist. Shikaku, they are immortal. Haiden got up to stab Dari in the stomach, while Kakuzu replaced his heart with another one coming back to life. Kakuzu attacked Asuma with a strong blow while Kakashi jumped away. Kakashi threw a kunai with an explosive seal, but Kakuzu reinforced his arm, protecting himself from the explosion, but in vain because the robe was destroyed. Haiden was fighting against Asuma, who defended himself very well. But in a careless moment he was able to make a cut in the arm, thus obtaining his blood. He moved away to taste the blood that was on his scythe. Haiden's body changed as he drew a strange symbol on the ground. The other ninjas appeared while Asuma drew seals. Asuma, fire element, burning ashes. Asuma spat out a cloud of smoke that covered Haiden. A thread of smoke connected Asuma's mouth to the cloud, then the same thunder struck the cloud and the cloud exploded. The other ninjas were surprised by this demonstration of jutsu, but a moan distracted them. Asuma was kneeling while he had burn wounds. Haiden, ha ha ha, did you think that would be okay with that? Shikaku, who was still on the treetop, was surprised. Haiden did not die from those attacks, and now with the blood he had obtained from Asuma it seemed that he had cursed him. If they attacked Haiden, it was possible that Asuma would die. Shikaku, don't attack him. The Nara screamed as the other ninjas were about to attack Haiden. He looked to the side as Kakashi fought Kakuzu. Both were in a taijutsu fight. Between the fight they had begun to walk along the trunk of a tree. When they were already high, Kakashi hit his knee, face, and hugged him to jump from the top while spinning. Kakashi, Dancing Leaf Shadow, Primary Lotus. Kakashi had slammed Kakuzu into the ground, but when Kakashi separated a little, Kakuzu had exploded into water. Everyone was attentive to where he appeared, but Kakashi received a blow from Kakuzu, who had appeared in the same puddle of water that his clone had made, but it was when support arrived because a woman lunged at Kakuzu. Pick up. Kakuzu took the hit. The woman carried him until he crashed into trees. Do you think you're the only one playing? Kakuzu, no, and that makes it more fun. Kakuzu hit her and then kicked her in the face, sending her somewhat far away. Shikaku, Kakashi, I have a plan. Guys, distract. But it was when they saw Haiden take out a giant needle. Haiden, I'm tired of not receiving attention. Haiden was going to stab himself in the heart, but Shikaku had stopped him with his shadows. A rock ninja had hit him to make him release the needle, but also moved him away from that seal. Asuma did not feel any damage, so taking a risk, he threw a kunai at Haiden that hit him in the stomach. Haiden, sinful idiots, I swear I will sacrifice you. Shikaku, we must keep Haiden away from that seal, while we must entertain Kakuzu to find his weak point. Haiden ran towards the signal while Shikaku gave the order not to let him reach him. The ninjas began to attack the two ninjas. Kakuzu fought against Kakashi and other ninjas. It was then when Shikaku gave a signal, Kakashi drew seals, and in the middle of the forest mist began to appear. Kakuzu, hiding in the fog, how cowardly. One of Kakuzu's masks launched a wind jutsu that cleared the fog but revealed some attacking. Some Fong over Fong. Some had destroyed the remaining masks. Darui and other cloud ninjas appeared. Darui, element water, water wall formation. The attack by Darui and the other ninjas had trapped Kakuzu and Darui, but it did not end there as Darui drew another seal. Darui, lightning element, wave of inspiration. So the lightning attack combined with the water attack hurt and stopped the two Akatsuki so that Kakashi could prepare his jutsu. Kakashi, Chidori lightning cutter. Kakashi passed by them so fast that no one saw him. Then behind Kakashi he exploded in Power Rangers style, but they heard a groan. It was Asuma who was on the ground with blood in his mouth. Haiden, ha ha ha, they killed my partner but also yours. Shikaku, damn. Several cables were held by Haiden, but these were with explosive seals. It was when a clone of Kakashi appeared from the ground. Kakashi, earth element, decapitating double suicide jutsu. Haiden had been buried and all the allied ninjas separated, so Shikaku activated the explosive seals, thus ending the immortal duo. // with Kisame and Itachi // Itachi looked at the inert bodies of his wife and daughter, activated his Manjikyo and looked at them. Itachi Amaterasu. The bodies of the women he loved the most were consumed by black flames. He should have supported his partner, but a woman appeared in front of him. Itachi, I didn't want our reunion to be like this, mother. The woman looked up to see her son, but one of his eyes was white. Itachi looked at how more ninjas appeared in support of his mother Mikoto. They were other Uchiha and Kurenai. Itachi, so you used the Izanagi, you know how to play your mother cards. Mikoto, I'm sorry to do this, son, but you have committed many atrocities and you must pay for them. Itachi, abnegation, an unknown shinobi who ensures peace by acting from the shadows, that is a true shinobi. Shursui taught me that. Mikoto, you don't have the right to mention that name, you killed your best friend and the best shinobi that was born in the clan. Itachi, I didn't kill him, we both sacrificed ourselves for the peace of that village, a village that despite everything we sacrificed turned its back on us. Mikoto, no, you turned your back on the village, you joined some people who… Itachi, I joined some people who, like me, look after the peace of the world, some people who are leaving all their dreams and what they love for a person who will bring us true peace. Mikoto, you don't deserve to be my son. Itachi, and you don't deserve to have the last name Uchiha. Mikoto and the other Uchiha drew seals to launch fire jutsus, but Itachi drew them faster, thus attacking first. Several were able to dodge the attack, but others were killed by it. Itachi quickly positioned himself behind other ninjas to cut off their heads. One was attacked from behind, but Itachi put him in a genjutsu to kill him. Mikoto, are you going to kill your brothers? Itachi, I will if it means bringing peace. Mikoto activated her Mangekyo and attacked him head-on. Although she was fast, she was not equal to Itachi because he quickly grabbed her by the neck but looked at her mother's eye. Mikoto, Tsukuyami. Itachi found himself sitting in a chair while water ran over his feet. Mikoto, do you remember this jutsu? Itachi, of course, but this time it won't be so easy, Mom. Itachi disappeared in crows. Itachi himself also disappeared in several crows. Kurenai saw how Itachi reappeared behind her mother who was on her knees. She drew seals to put him in a genjutsu. Kurenai, you fell. Itachi couldn't move. Branches grew underneath him holding him. Kurenai appeared with a saber in her hand. Kurenai, you fell. But the woman with red eyes felt how she now appeared in a dark place. She was on a cross in front of her. Itachi appeared. Kurenai, WHW, what happened? Itachi, a technique of that level doesn't affect me. Itachi began to torture her, but Kakashi had appeared to pull Kurenai away and free her. When he did, she began to tremble. Kakashi, are you okay? Kurenai, yes, thanks. Itachi, always showing up late. Kakashi. Kakashi, I see you're the same as always, looking at him with his Sharingan. Itachi, there is no reason to change. Kakashi, same here. Kakashi left Kurenai on the ground and went against Itachi just like Mikoto did. Both could match Itachi, but he separated from them and quickly drew seals. Itachi, fire release, dragon dance. A fire dragon appeared, but Kakashi drew signs, as did Mikoto. Kakashi/Mikoto, water release, wall of water. They both created a wall of water, but they didn't expect the dragon to surround the protection and hit them full on. Kakashi, how did he do that? Itachi, I learned new tricks. Itachi attacked them again, but this time all three used their strongest eye. Kakashi looked at Mikoto and she nodded. Mikoto, water element, concealment in the mist. Itachi was blinded from hearing to Kakashi speaking. Kakashi, earth, fog pursuit jutsu. Several dogs appeared to hold Itachi. The fog cleared to see Mikoto, who created an arc of lightning. Mikoto, lightning release, heart hunting lightning. 3 arrows of lightning were directed at Itachi, but before they could hit him, he began to create a red armor. The dogs did not let go of Itachi's body, but he saw them. The hand of the armor grabbed several of them, threw them into the air, and hit them with a sword. They were absorbed by the sword. Kakashi, what the hell? Mikoto, it's the Totsuka sword. How do you have something like that? Itachi. Itachi, that's a secret. Itachi began to attack them, but they were able to dodge the attacks, but behind him appeared the 8-tailed Biju. A tear escaped again from Itachi's eyes when he knew what that meant. The Biju attacked Itachi's Susanoo, who looked angrily at the wreckage. In Itachi's head a voice was heard. Kisame committed suicide. Itachi. Itachi, I knew he wouldn't let them get information about him. I'm already tired of this. Naruto will be sad. Itachi. Itachi, a life is born, a life dies, but a life can be saved. Mikoto saw how her son's Susanoo shrank and smiled as he began to walk towards her. Killer Bee was going to attack, but the 8 didn't move. Kakashi was separated from Mikoto by the sword. Mikoto entered Itachi's Susanoo and hugged her. Mikoto, Itachi. Itachi, I always loved you, mother. I know everything you did. You tried to convince Dad to attack the village. You told Danzō that I was dangerous. You slept with Shursui playing with him even though you know he loved you. But despite everything, I loved you, mother. Mikoto, they are crying. Sorry, forgive me. Itachi, no, mother, forgive me. The sword stabbed them both. Mikoto and Itachi smiled as the sword absorbed them both and was embedded in the ground. No one could say anything. Both were dead and the swords slowly disappeared. Kakashi, why did he kill that innocent woman? Looking at the wreckage. I don't have to give you explanations. Kakashi watched as the wreckage and Killer Bee left for the village as there were still members left to kill. Chapter 36. White Bishop F5. / in the village with Nagato and Pakura / Both were capable of killing several ninjas at once, Pakura with her burn element, and Nagato with his Rinnegan skills and jutsus that he had learned with Jiraiya. Then it was when both dodged one of the attacks that Oanoki had launched at them. The Uzumaki looked at the old dwarf while next to him stood his granddaughter, and several ninjas from the villages who had allied with them. Oanoki, 2 down, attack the woman at close range and be careful not to let the red-haired man summon anything. The ninjas agreed as they went for them. Cloud and Leaf ninjas attacked her at close range with their katanas or sabers, but they didn't expect her to be good at it, as she defended herself with a single kunai. It was when a kunai was coming towards her, she saw it, and dodged it, making it pass by her face, but she felt something cold on her arm. She looked at it, and it was no longer there. A head of white hair was in front of her. "I'm sorry, miss, but it's my duty as Hokage." If it was the second Hokage who had amputated his arm, Nagato looked at this and stretched out his hand towards him. "Nagato, Bansho Tenin." Tobirama went towards him, and the red-haired man split him in half, but when he did this Oanoki attacked him treacherously. Oanoki, rock release, sharp rain. A rock hand emerged from the ground to throw sharp stakes at him, but an invisible barrier defended him from the attack. Pakura cauterized the wound with his own heat to signal the bleeding that had begun to occur. "Nagato, are you okay, Pakura?" "Pakura, I will be, if you are by my side." Nagato smiled. Now they were facing the second Hokage who had been revived. The fight between the four was epic. Tobirama tried to attack Pakura, but Nagato defended her. Pakura watched Nagato's back. It was more than clear that it was not the first time that both of them fought together. Oanoki, dust element, lasher ray. If a lasher beam had been launched towards them, causing them to separate, smoke bombs had mowed them down. Even though they were attacked, they could defend themselves, but Nagato was attacked by Tobirama, who threw 3 kunai towards the red-haired man, who stopped them, but he himself appeared in front of him with a kunai and stabbed his left eye. Pakura hit the revived Hokage with his heat attack that sent him towards the other ninjas, killing them. Pakura, Nagato. Nagato, calm down, I'm fine. Pakura, if we're going to die, I want to do it by your side. Nagato, me too. Oanoki created a cube around the couple, who looked into each other's eyes so that Nagato could hug her. Pakura, I would have liked to have children with you, Nagato. Nagato, I knew it. In fact, taking out a small box, would you have wanted to marry me? Pakura, crying idiot, of course I do. They both kissed and a tear fell from both of their eyes while Oanoki killed them. / with Gaara / Gaara and his father were fighting with their sand. The fact that it wasn't raining allowed them to handle and maneuver their sand perfectly. Between clashes of sand, Gaara looked at the woman who had made him want to die and live, his sister Temari, the woman who had driven him so crazy. Raza, you love her, right? Gaara didn't say anything and just kept attacking, but the blonde took her fan and launched an attack towards him. Gaara protected himself with the sand. It hurt him to know that his sister, the sister he had fallen in love with, was attacking him. Gaara raised and mixed his sand with his father's to completely control her, and with it he held Temari, taking her fan from her, and brought her closer to him to look at her in his eyes. Gaara, why are you attacking me, Temari? Why, despite all the time I tried to have a good relationship with you? Why? Temari didn't say anything, she just started crying. She cried when she saw her brother's face. It reflected pure sadness. Temari, I want you by my side again. Gaara, I always was hugging her, I always will be, but I can't believe in you anymore, in anyone. Gaara squeezed his sister with his sand. Temari looked at her brother. She watched him cry. She wanted to go back in time to be with him. Now she adored that the last thing she saw when she died was her brother. Outside the dome that Gaara had formed, Raza watched as it slowly disappeared to reveal his 2 children. The red-haired boy had his dead sister in his arms. Raza didn't feel anything, he just attacked him again, but Gaara protected himself with the sand and disappeared. / with Hinata and Karen / Both were outnumbered against the invading ninjas. Karen and Hinata were back to back. Both were attacked at the same time but were protected by a water bubble that held them back and attracted them to one person. Naruto, fire release, great annihilation ingenuity. Naruto inhaled a huge amount of air and expelled an incredible amount of water that far surpassed the protections that the Alliance had created. Hinata and Karen were released by Naruto. Both turned to look back, seeing a path of dismembered bodies, fallen trees, craters and more. Naruto's robe was torn due to the use of his abilities. When Naruto stopped expelling the fire, he looked at both of them. Naruto, how are you? Hinata, where were you? Naruto, I went to do something important. Where are the others? I can't feel their chakras. Hinata, I don't know. In case of an attack, the villagers took refuge in the hospital. Naruto, I know, looking at the destroyed hospital there's nothing to do now. What about our brothers and uncles? Hinata, none have arrived. Naruto, I feel for them but I can't feel any of their chakras anymore. I don't know where they are. Karen, I felt them. They came closer but I didn't feel any more. Naruto, I understand, you know what we should do. Both of them stood at their sides while holding their hand. In front of them appeared more ninjas, but also Oinoki, the Raikage, Tobirama, Raza, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Killer Bee, Kurenai, Guy, Niji, Lee, Minato, Hiruzen, Hashirama and even more ninjas. Minato, stop fighting Naruto, no one should die anymore. Naruto, you say that after killing my family? Minato, your family? They were criminals. Naruto, those criminals were the only ones who paid attention to me, something that never happened in your shitty village. Minato, a village that protects you. Naruto, what protected me? Looking away while smiling sarcastically, your shitty village destroyed me. Your village gave me something to hate. Your village only saw me as a weapon and a monster. You say it protected me? When? When they tried to kill me, poison me, when they beat me to death on my birthday? When? Minato didn't say anything, he just looked into his son's eyes. The Raikage approached Minato. Raikage, there is nothing to do with Minato, the only option we have is to kill him. Minato, and that's what I don't want. Minato threw a kunai at his son, Tobirama did the same. Naruto pushed the girls back. Naruto held the kunai when they were embedded in his hands since they were already held by the Kages. Jiraiya also appeared with an Obadama Rasengan to hit Naruto, but he put the Kages so that they were hit by the attack. Kakashi appeared next to Darui. Darui with his sword and Kakashi with a saber, but both lost their weapons when Naruto with the Kubikura Bocho sword broke them in half. Hiruzen appeared to hit him with his staff. He embedded it in the ground, but the blonde disappeared into crows. To appear behind Kurenai, she could not do anything when Naruto pierced her stomach with his sword. Naruto, I remember his red eyes whispering in his ear, I remember those eyes. That time Kurenai-sensei rapped me. Naruto was separated from her by Guy and Lee, who attacked him in duo, but Naruto grabbed them both by the neck. Naruto, are you dancing? So Naruto was hit by a lariat of A, but this Naruto got tangled in it and exploded, while the real one appeared in front of Kakashi, to whom he gave a strong blow to the jaw. Killer Bee attacked him with his swords in his rare pose. But even though he was fast, Naruto did not have the patience to play, because with a quick punch to the face he pushed him away. Hashirama attacked him with a wooden dragon while Tobirama did it with a water one. Naruto raised his hands to the sides, thus absorbing the attacks. Tsunade attacked him from behind, but Hinata appeared, impaling her with the kibis and also giving her an electric shock directly. Karen for her part attacked the ninjas. Naruto drew two seals to hit the ground like this, in an explosion of smoke appearing the 6 paths of pain. Zabuza, you took too long, brat. Naruto, I had setbacks. Yagura, are we going to kill them? Fu, it's necessary, Yagu, let's go, I want to play now. Naruto, go ahead. The paths separated as Naruto took off his Akatsuki robe, leaving him only in his mesh shirt. Tsunade healed and next to Jiraiya tried to hit Naruto, but he held their fists. The Raikage used his lightning armor to attack him from behind. While running he saw things in slow motion. Looking at Naruto, he looked away to see him. Opened his eyes. That brat was faster. Naruto gave them both a kick in the stomach and quickly turned around to apply the same lariat technique to the Raikage. Killer Bee looked surprised as his brother was on the ground in a blink of an eye. Minato threw his kunai but didn't even move when Naruto's fist was already in his face. Tobirama couldn't move when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Naruto, you were my hero, Tobirama-sama, but seeing you here fighting as your ally disappointed me. Tobirama, I fight for my brother's village. His brother's village is rotten. Hashirama attacked him with his fists, but Naruto did the same. His fighting style reminded him of someone. Naruto held both fists and gave him a strong headbutt, and from his stomach came out 2 red chains that impressed him. Hashirama, what about Uzumaki? Naruto, that's right, I'm one of the last ones left. Hashirama, what happened to the others? Naruto, your village, your allies destroyed the late home of the Whirlwind clan, even your precious student killed the leader. Hashirama opened his eyes upon hearing that. Guy and Kakashi pulled Naruto away from the former. Now he was fighting against the most respected teachers in the Leaf Village. Raza joined in with a sand attack, but it turned to glass when Hinata protected her beloved. Hinata, his fight is with me. Raza, I don't fight against women. Hinata, I know, Pakura knew it too. Raza was surprised to hear that name, then it was true that she had survived. Hinata attacked him mercilessly. Each sand attack was crystallized and launched towards Raza. When he had Hinata in front of him, he tried to catch her, but there was no more sand left. Hinata scared? Raza, you won't kill me. Hinata, you're right, I won't do it, but he will. Raza turned his gaze as Naruto appeared, and with his sword he cut off his head cleanly. Hiruzen went towards Naruto, but he used the explosive sword and hitting it against Hiruzen's staff it exploded. Darui trace seals. Darui, lightning element, Black Panther. A panther made of lightning went towards Naruto, but one of the paths Naruto stood in front of him to absorb the attack. Zabuza stood behind the swordsman, and with his hand transformed into a sharp blade he stabbed him. Zabuza, calm down, I will bless you with eternal peace. Darui was killed in front of the eyes of Killer Bee and A. Both saw how Zabuza smiled and disappeared. Naruto fought against Neji, but for him he was slow. Naruto, how does it feel? Neji, what thing? Naruto, your cousin surpasses you. Hinata kicked Neji. Lee caught him in the air, but left him to start fighting Hinata. Naruto left them to start fighting the angry Raikage and Minato, when someone was heard screaming. Oanoki, I recommend you leave them, Uzumaki brat. Naruto pushed the 2 Kages away with a rock attack to look at Oanoki, Kurama, and they became angry when they saw how the old man had Konan inside a bucket. Oanoki, I think she's someone valuable to you, isn't she? Chapter 37. Black Rook to A3. Naruto looked angrily at Oanoki, who smiled as he watched the blonde get more and more enraged. The ninjas who had appeared before, and who were still alive, looked on without moving. Hashirama and Tobirama thought about what the hell had happened to their village, and the others. Naruto, dare to touch her. Oanoki, don't challenge me, brat. Hinata threw a smoke bomb to distract Oanoki momentarily. Naruto disappeared in a flash just like Konan did, but Oanoki activated his dust jutsu to kill Konan, but instead he only heard a voice. Mr. Ono. Oanoki just saw how one of his bodyguards, the fat one, was killed by his own hand. Below on the ground was Konan being carried by Naruto. Minato and Tobirama were surprised by Naruto's speed because they hadn't even noticed when he moved. Oanoki was enraged and attacked Naruto with his lasher beam, but he escaped from the attack. Naruto looked at his adoptive mother. Naruto, where's Dad? Konan didn't say anything, she just started crying. Naruto clenched his fist. He left his mother on the ground. A attacked him again, but this time Naruto used all his speed, and when A was going to stab him with the technique of the old Raikage. A and Naruto were in different directions, but blood began to come out of the Raikage's shoulder and his arm fell. Naruto had a wound in his abdomen, but he didn't even flinch. Killer Bee went towards Naruto with his dance of blades, but Naruto used the explosive sword, and even though he could have gotten hurt, he activated it and distracted Killer Bee, thus putting a signal on his back. With a kick he pushed the dark-skinned man away. He was going to go towards the Raikage, but Minato appeared next to Kakashi. Both used kunai while Naruto protected himself with the Kubikura Bocho. A metal arm grabbed Kakashi by the neck while Naruto hit Minato in the stomach to disappear again. Kakashi saw the swordsman Kushimara, but in his hand he created his famous technique. Kakashi Chidori. The path was destroyed by Kakashi. On the other hand, Naruto had appeared on top of one of the old premises. He was breathing rapidly, using speed consumed some of his chakra. He watched as his paths defended Konan. As one of them was destroyed by Kakashi, he spoke through a small microphone in his ear. Naruto, they meet. Hinata, Karen and Konan appeared behind him. The paths did not stop fighting, but from one moment to another they stopped, and their color changed to white. Naruto, Jutsu, explosive clone. The roads exploded, ending the lives of many ninjas. Onoki and Minato saw how the Raikage appeared without an arm, but well. Onoki, we won't give him a good blow if we continue fighting separately. Raikage, he's fast but he doesn't keep it up for long. If we can fight together, I'm sure we can. Minato understood. Naruto watched as the strongest ninjas appeared before him again. Onoki, Minato, Killer Bee, Kakashi, Guy, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Tsum, Shikaku, Hiruzen without his staff, Tobirama and Hashirama. Hashirama, you owe me a lot of explanations, Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I know, sensei, but everything I did was for peace. Shikaku, I have a plan, but I need everyone to help me. Minato, we hear you. Naruto just turned to look at the girls behind him, who looked at him a little tired. Naruto, it seems that it really is our end. Konan, Yahiko believed in you, Naruto. Naruto, I know, he and Grandpa Madara were the first, I won't let them down. Hinata, we will support you, love. Karen, it doesn't matter what happens. Naruto, thanks, get ready, just don't die, girls. Minato, are you willing to die, are you? Naruto, I was never your son, I was only the weapon of the leaf, but you know, appearing threads of chakra at the tips of his fingers, I thank you. Naruto drew scrolls from each dead Akatsuki. One appeared from under a crater, another from Sasori's abandoned body, from Kakuzu's mouth, from between the bushes, from a blood stain, from a crow standing on the top of a tree, two from under the water, another came out of Konan's pocket. Naruto, I thank you because thanks to it, I now have the power that I have. I will kill each and every one of you. Everyone ran towards Naruto, who did the same. The first clash was against Killer Bee, but Naruto exploded. From the smoke came another one that launched snakes from his hands, which fatally hit some ninjas, killing them. He fell and drew seals. Naruto, fire release, great annihilation ingenuity. Again a huge amount of fire. Tobirama, Hiruzen and Kakashi passed in front. Water element, great wall of water. A huge wave rose to protect them. When the attack was complete, there was a curtain of steam. Something passed by throwing baits, which were detected by Niji. Niji, careful. Naruto, puppet jutsu, needle throwing arm. Some protected themselves, but others were killed and poisoned by him. The Raikage, Minato and Tobirama went towards Naruto. The four began to fight. In a moment of carelessness, Kakashi came out of the ground to take Naruto's feet to sink him and for Jiraiya to appear. Jiraiya, Obadama Rasengan. Naruto watched the attack approaching intently. Naruto Shinra Tensei. Jiraiya was thrown away. Now Tsum went towards the one who was barely getting out of the ground. Tsum Fang on Fang. Naruto, naive. Naruto disappeared into crows, reforming in the sky. Tsunade jumped to hit him, but Naruto quickly detected her, stabbing her in the stomach. Naruto, you don't know what I would have given for you before. With a smooth movement, he split it into two. Jiraiya was horrified by this, but she had activated her forehead seal. Now Onoki appeared with a huge rock golem that hit him, but as quickly as he was on the ground, he raised his hand. Naruto, Shinra Tensei. The attack destroyed the golem, but Tobirama had appeared behind it, putting a containment seal on it. Hashirama created stakes that impaled it, drawing blood. The Raikage and Kakashi held it by their hands, while Shikaku did it with his shadows. Shikaku now. Killer Bee had transformed into the eight-tailed beast, and in his hand he created a large amount of lightning bolts, doing a technique similar to Kakashi's. The logic was to destroy Naruto's body. When the great beast was going to stab Naruto, the attack had not arrived. Naruto. The blonde opened his eyes. In front of him were his two mothers being killed by Killer Bee. Naruto roared. Hinata and Karen appeared, moving away with the chains and a heat dragon to the prisoners of Naruto, so that the armor of the Susanoo emerged from them, hitting the Biju of the 8 in the face. Immediately, in an explosion of smoke, they had appeared, the 7 and the 5 tails fighting against him. Naruto held his 2 dying mothers in his arms, who smiled at the sight of Naruto. Naruto, why did they do it? Kushina, I couldn't lose my son again. Konan, and I didn't want your dream to end. Naruto, I didn't matter, you had to live. Kushina, how would I do it without you? Konan, pwag, spitting blood, promise us that you will bring peace. Naruto began to cry as he confirmed. Kushina and Konan died in silence as the Susanoo protected them from outside attacks. Hinata and Karen hugged Naruto, who was crying in his mother's hands. The sky began to cry, as did the Hinata. Naruto, Hina was right, the people I love are always the first to die. Hinata, what are you doing? Naruto, what I should have always done, and all this. Karen, the plan. Naruto, rebirth from hell. Hinata and Karen held hands again as they looked into each other's eyes. Karen, take care, Hina. Hinata, stupid, I took a liking to you. Naruto took off his shirt, the wounds he had were sealed by a white mass, the fox seal opened, the chakra began to sprout, the Susanoo disappeared, Naruto's body was caught by a red chakra sphere, the 8 was held by the other Bijus, from the sphere bones began to grow, then organs and nerves, muscles protected them. A layer of skin appeared and the fur grew. A huge roar welcomed the 9-tailed fox that immediately created a Bijudama that was launched towards the 8 tails that received it, fully taking it far away and exploding. After the huge explosion, Kurama gave a great roar, penetrating the bones of his enemies. Chapter 38. White Bishop to C2. Everyone was horrified to see the great 9-tailed beast. This time it was much larger than they remembered, as it was almost twice as big as the 8-tailed. With its enormous size, it held the 8-tailed by the head, lifted it, and slammed it against the ground, lifted it again, and slammed it again, moving the Biju as if it were a rag doll. Everyone was surprised to see how the second strongest Biju was defeated by the 9-tailed. Kurama left the Biju on the ground and with one of its paws began to crush its head. The poor 8 tails was on the ground until it exploded in smoke, revealing a very wounded killer bee. Minato and Jiraiya summoned 2 huge toads that began to attack Kurama, but they could hardly do anything. Hashirama hit the ground with his palm, from which a wooden giant almost the same size as the fox rose. The giant and the frogs tried to fight the 9, then that was when the 2 tails appeared again, throwing a Bijudama at the fox's face. Shikaku was shaking, but they still had to plan something to stop the 9. He quickly approached Minato and Tobirama. Shikamaru, can you create a signal to suppress it? Minato, creating one could take us a lot of time that we don't have. Tobirama, there's one, but this one will cost us our souls. Minato, I know what you mean, will you do it? Tobirama, I'm already dead anyway. Where I was boring, I don't think it can be worse. Minato, then let's go. Kurama fought against 4 huge entities. Although they were larger than him, the fox defended himself very well since they were not able to give him any significant damage. A red toad spat a good amount of oil and Jiraiya lit it with a fire jutsu while the fox protected him from the fire. Matatabi also attacked him with fire. So the wooden giant attacked him from above with a wooden dragon. The fox was stunned but quickly got up to destroy the wooden giant in one blow. The frogs were crushed by Kurama's claws, disappearing them in smoke. The fox and the fire cat began to create a Bijudama in their snouts. The attacks were launched, creating a huge explosion that blinded everyone when they saw the fox was extracting the chakra from the 2-tailed snout. Minato, what are you doing? Hashirama, he's absorbing his chakra. How can you do that? Minato, I don't know, but if he does it, he will get all the chakra of the 2 tails. Hashirama, we have to seal the Kyuubi. Minato, yes, let's all go, you know what to do. Hiruzen, have you prepared everything? Minato, yes. Reikage-dano, are you ready? Yes, we are ready, let's go. Minato put seals on the back of Hashirama, and Hiruzen. The blonde threw kunai in 3 different points. The Kages disappeared to appear in 4 different points. They drew seals and hit the ground with their palms, and the four of them screamed at the same time. Minato Hashirama/A/Hiruzen, formation of the four red suns. A huge red barrier rose to trap Kurama, who began to hit it, but nothing happened to him, so he created a Baijidama and threw it at it, but now the barrier had crashed. He could destroy the barrier, but on its back appeared Tobirama tracing seals. He hit Kurama's back and shouted, "Tobirama, death demon consuming seal." Behind the big fox appeared the form of the Grim Reaper, or the Shinigami. He was a little bigger than the fox. The Shinigami looked at the fox and agreed to look at Tobirama. "Shinigami, you know what that means, right?" Tobirama, "Of course." Shinigami, "Very good." From his mouth, the Shinigami cut his stomach, and from it came out multiple hands that held the fox by the neck, legs and back. Little by little he was taken to the fox's stomach. The Shinigami with the same knife pierced Tobirama's stomach, which began to glow slightly. Hashirama saw how his brother's soul was absorbed by Shinigami as well as the fox that were trapped in the stomach of the god of death. The barrier fell and the Kages fell to their knees while breathing heavily. But they did not expect Hinata to make a single seal hit the ground, and from it came out the head of the Demon King. He opened his mouth and from it came Naruto as before, without a shirt and with his orange pants somewhat torn, his somewhat long blonde hair loose. Hinata gave him a hair tie and Naruto made a somewhat short ponytail. Naruto, well, it seems the pieces are falling. Hinata, yes, as it should be. Naruto, alright, let's finish this. Kakashi was quick towards Naruto, as was Guy, who expected Naruto to be weak, but the blonde kicked the white-haired man in the face. Guy and Naruto got into a taijutsu fight. The fight intensified as both began to use more and more chakra, but when the master with big eyebrows separated to open the inner doors, but Naruto did not allow it. His hands extended to hold Guy and pulled him towards him. With the same he spun him as if he were a top, and the blonde opened his hands so that needles came out of his body and gave him a bear hug to pierce Guy's body. "Gay, why you?" "Naruto, I'm sorry Guy-sensei, he won't die, he just won't be able to move." Naruto dropped him without being able to move. Lee saw this and opened his four internal doors, ran towards Naruto and began to hit him consecutively. In one of those, Naruto grabbed him by the face, lifted him up and slammed him against the ground, creating a crater. Lee made the stupidity of looking him in the eyes. The blonde put him in a strong genjutsu. Inside Lee's head he was tied to the ground with barbed wire. Clones of Naruto appeared around him. All of them had the Akatsuki robe, and from their sleeves they took out needles and began stabbing Lee all over his body. The young man was very injured. Blood was coming out all over his body as he looked at Naruto. "Lee, WWY. Naruto, I have nothing against you, that's why I don't kill you." Out of the genjutsu, blood began to come out of Lee's mouth, eyes and nose. Niji wanted to help his friend. He got up, but Hinata appeared behind him. She had already given him a beating, but he had gotten up again. Hinata stepped on his head to talk to him. "Hinata, I had never hated your cousin, but you hated me so much for something that was never my fault." "Niji, it's your fault that my dad died." Hinata, "No, your dad died to save you in the clan, but you never realized it." Hinata created a heat dragon in her fist and hit him in the back. Niji just screamed and fell unconscious. Naruto's eyes began to hurt. He looked in front of him and saw Jiraiya going against him. He raised his hand and attracted the Sannin. From his back came out 3 chains that at the tip had something like a kunai. With them he stabbed Jiraiya through the chest, stomach and left shoulder. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with sadness. "Jiraiya, I'm so sorry, Naruto." "Naruto, your apologies won't change anything, just accept the pain they caused." Naruto lifted him up with the chains and threw him into the air so that when he fell he kicked him, that threw him into the lake. Inside the lake there was a huge explosion. The ninjas that were still there were surprised. The blonde was still alive despite Tobirama sealing him. Minato looked at Hiruzen. "Naruto, we have to signal it directly." "Hiruzen, there are only 2 people who can still do it." "Minato, are you willing to sign it?" Hiruzen nodded as he looked at the other Kages. Kakashi approached them while the other ninjas distracted Naruto with long-range jutsus. "Kakashi, the one doesn't give up." "Minato, I know, but we plan to seal it directly." "Kakashi, who will signal it?" "Hiruzen, I'll do it." Hashirama, then we will distract him. Okay, then come on, we have to kill that son of a hitch. Minato, I'll go first, you guys support me from afar, when I distract him enough, hold him. Very good. Minato ran towards Naruto and did the same, both clashed kunai, thus starting a taijutsu fight. Minato threw a kunai into the sky, Naruto looked at him thanks to his Rinnegan. When Naruto was going to stab him, Minato disappeared to fall to the ground with a Rasengan in his hand, but Naruto moved to the side, dodging the attack. When Minato looked at his son, he had a red Rasengan in his hand. Minato, you. Naruto, we had to have something in common. Naruto hit Minato in the chest with the Rasengan, embedding him in the ground, creating a crater. Appeared behind Naruto, but Karen came out of the ground and grabbed him by the neck with her chains. Naruto turned around and put his hand on his face. Naruto, are you afraid of death? I'm not afraid of anything. Naruto, you should have it, death is not as pretty as many believe. I was stabbed with Hinata's hand from behind, Karen dropped him, now Kakashi created a clone. Kakashi, lightning connection. Both Kakashi ran towards Naruto trying to cut them with the lightning connection, but Naruto, when he saw the thread of lightning, took it with his hand and absorbed the jutsu, as well as the clone disappeared. Kakashi found himself with Karen's fist that pushed him towards Hinata, who also hit him. Naruto grabbed him by the back while his hands began to create ice. Naruto, how are your favorite students? Kakashi, you won't be able to hurt them. Naruto, maybe I don't. Naruto froze him completely. The entire alliance was injured or dead. Only Hashirama, Hiruzen, and Onoki remained standing. The first created a wooden dragon, but Naruto attracted Kazami's sword with a thread of chakra with which he split the dragon in half. Hashirama jumped and caught him by the back. With his wood he held Karen and Hinata. Immediately he hugged them with his arm. Hiruzen appeared next to a clone in front of them, tracing seals. Hiruzen, death demon consuming seal. Behind the old man the image of the Shinigami appeared again, who looked Naruto in the eyes, nodded and looked at Hiruzen. Shinigami, are you aware of the price? Hiruzen, yes, but I don't care. Shinigami, then I will fulfill your wish. The Shinigami opened his stomach again with his knife, from which came out hands that entered the backs of the two old men. Naruto, Karen and Hinata were touched by Hiruzen's hands. Naruto looked into Hinata's eyes. The souls were completely extracted as well as Hiruzen's. The souls were sealed in the Shinigami's stomach. The entity disappeared. Onoki came down from the sky to see the bodies of the three boys. He began to kick the bodies. Minato stood up and pushed him away. Minato, leave them, they are dead. Onoki, damn brats cost me many men. I want to see their disgusting faces again. Onoki turned them over so they were face down. He looked at them carefully, and to everyone's shock, Hinata raised her hand, pointed at Onoki, and then pointed at the sky. The four of them looked in horror as a meteor decency. Onoki was going to move but was held by Naruto's body, which was manipulated by Hinata. Naruto's body began to change color, becoming transparent. Hinata left the body as it had strongly adhered to Onoki. Minato took Hinata as they ran away from the place. They took his brother. Minato created clones and they took those they could. Hashirama took Jiraiya and the dying Tsunade. The meteor had hit the ground, and inside it there was a huge explosion that destroyed the meteor and killed everything that was within its radar range. Chapter 39. Black King to D2. The sun hit her face. This bothered her. She opened her eyes, or rather her eye. She looked attentively at the ceiling. It was a completely white ceiling. She heard a small beep. She straightened up, and in front of her there was a mirror. Her right eye was bandaged. Her body hurt. She tried to get up but couldn't. She wanted to use chakra but couldn't. She closed her eyes and felt that behind her she had a chakra containment seal. She laid down again and closed her eyes. Inside she found her two bijus, but they seemed chained to the ground. She tried to talk to them, but it seemed like they weren't listening to her. She went out and opened her eye again, and in front of her appeared Tsunade. She was alive. Tsunade, I see you're alive. Hinata, yeah, what did they do to my eye? Tsunade, it was extracted from you just like we sealed your bijus and your chakra too. Hinata, what happened to the Kages? Tsunade, you will find out. Now I will take you before the council. You will be tried for your crimes. Tsunade put Hinata on a chair with wheels, and took her to the Hokage Tower. As they walked along the way, people looked at her with fear and hatred. Some threw things at her like rocks or bottles, but Hinata repelled them with one hand. They reached the tower and climbed up to the council room. When she arrived, all the leaders were in front of them, but some were missing. In the place of the Yamanaka and Akimichi were the men's wives. In the place of the Sarutobi there was a man. In the place of the Uchiha there was an old man. In the place of the Inuzuka there was Hana. Minato, do you know why you are here? The blonde spoke, appearing behind her, walking to her place to open a book while Hinata looked at him attentively. Hinata, they want to sue me. Minato, that's right, your organization killed and injured many ninjas. In the attack on Akatsuki, many ninjas from this village were killed as well as from the other 4 great years. Because of that, and your crimes of terrorism, kidnapping of Fugaku Uchiha, murder and accomplice of others, murder of the daimyo of the country of fire, desertion of the leaf and possession of weapons not affiliated with the village, attempted murder of your teacher and other ninjas, you are sentenced to the death penalty. Hinata didn't say anything, she just lifted up her hospital shirt, looked at her seal, reached her hand behind her back to try to remove her seal, but Tsunade held her hand. Tsunade, don't even try it, girl. Hinata, what does it matter? Getting up, maybe I committed crimes, but don't you wonder why I did it? Minato, nothing justifies you having murdered and joining a terrorist organization. Hinata, maybe you're right, but they can't do anything to me. Hisashi, shut up, you're no longer part of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, shut up you. Hinata raised her voice, looked at her arm, and with the little chakra she could gather she released a scroll. In this scroll are the records that Naruto Uzumaki is the owner of half of the country of fire. Minato opened the scroll and several papers came out of it. He began to read them, and they were papers where there were lands in the name of Naruto Uzumaki. Minato, this doesn't prove anything. In any case, the lands remain in my name. Hinata, you are wrong. Kushina had divorced you and all her possessions were in Naruto's name. Minato searched through the papers, finding the divorce certificate given by one of the counselors. Exactly the old lady. Minato was angry. Why did she divorce him without even telling him? Civil. Then the assets passed to the name of Minato Namikaze. The civil counselors began to speak. Now that they were friends of the boy, they could get their hands on the Uzumaki fortune and the lands of the country. Hinata, of course not, since Minato Jr. was not registered with Kushina's surname, the goods go to his spouse. Minato, but my son was only 14 years old. Looking at the papers, that means that. Hinata, that means that I now own half of the country of fire, legally thanks to the law imposed by the first Hokage at the request of Mito Uzumaki. The descendants or spouses of all the Uzumaki in case of any crime will be imposed to the land of the whirlpool. The counselors began to take out the scrolls where the laws were, and indeed there was that law. Hana, but the land of the whirlpool was destroyed. Hinata, yes it was, but not all the Uzumaki were eradicated, many survived. We visited the earth, and as Naruto was the son of Kushina Uzumaki, he was the heir of the clan. Therefore, when his mother was gone, he took over the leadership. Now, as he is not here. Shikaku, now you are. Hinata, indeed, so I ask you to remove this stupid mark. Hisashi, you can't do that. Minato. Minato, I have to do it. If she is not released, we can go to war again, and right now we are not in a position to fight against any village. Hinata, and not just one, we have many allies, the village of the mist, the village of the waves, among others. Minato, so was it all planned? Hinata, something like that, but I wouldn't be in these conditions. But what does it matter? The eye I had. The eye you had was from an Uchiha, therefore it belongs to us. Hinata, Naruto's body, do you have it? Minato, yes, he is my son, so I will give him a decent burial. Hinata smiled as she removed that seal. She began to walk towards the exit. While no one could do anything to stop her, the now Mrs. Uzumaki went to what was previously known as the Temple of the Masks. She looked at it from the outside. She looked at her left index finger where she had a ring. From the ring she removed a cap where there was a drop of blood. She put it on the seal that surrounded the temple, and it opened slightly. She entered and saw that everything was old, broken and rotten. She went to what would now be her home, while the plan was just beginning. //elsewhere //. Did you find it? Yes, everything is going as you wanted. Very well, let's prepare everything for the return of our Lord. Over 2 secret wedding. Naruto and Hinata had left the village secretly from everyone since what they were about to do would not please many. Both in a Naruto summoning bird they flew. Hinata, where are we going, Naru? Naruto, we will go to the village of mist. Hinata, what for? Do you want to see the leader? Jealous, pouting. Naruto, nothing like that, taking her by the waist so she could sit on her legs. I just want to give you a surprise. Hinata, and would I like it? Leaning on Naruto's chest. Naruto, you will love it. They both held on to the bird even tighter as they increased their speed to hurry. After a couple of hours they had finally seen the mist village in the distance. When they reached the entrance, the 2 guards saw the couple and knelt in front of them. Gee, Naruto-sama, it is an honor that you are here. Naruto, is Mei there? G2, yes, it's in the new Kage Tower. Naruto, well, can I come see her? G, of course, Naruto-sama, go ahead. Both went to the village, straight to the tower where Mei was. While they walked, the people who looked at them bowed before them. When they reached the tower, they climbed the stairs to the top. When they reached the door, the secretary who helped Mei opened the door for them, so Mei saw them and got up. Mei, Naruto, Hinata, to what do I see your visit? Pointing to the seats while the secretary closed the door. Naruto, sitting in front of her with Hinata on his lap, I came for you to do me favors. Mei, you say? Naruto, taking Hinata's hand, I want us to get married. Both women remained silent, one in astonishment and the other in disappointment. Neither said anything while Naruto had a serious face, making it clear that he was serious. Hinata blushed completely as her body heat began to increase, causing Naruto to cool the entire room. Hinata, are seriously? Blushes. Naruto, of course, kissing Hinata's hand, I asked you to marry me the other day, didn't I? Smiling. Hinata, why yes bu, but I thought you were playing. Naruto, of course not, I really don't want to. Getting serious. Hinata, of course I want, blushing even more, it's just that this is so sudden. Naruto, I told you it would be a surprise. Hinata, I don't know what to say. Mei well, you should think about this carefully, it's not a game. Naruto, I'm sure I want to marry Hinata, and if I can't. Naruto, Hinata pushed away, and without a care he jumped out the window before the attentive gaze of the 2 women who did not know what had happened. They approached the window, and on the floor there was only the Akatsuki cloak, while Naruto was stuck to the wall next to the window. Naruto, what's wrong with me? Hinata, what's the deal with you? Mei, you are crazy brats. Naruto, so we get married, Hinata? Hinata, why yes, with conviction we are going to get married. Naruto smiled as Hinata did, while Mei had a face of resignation upon hearing that they were both going to get married. // the next day // Naruto and Hinata stood in front of Mei. The wedding had been very quick, the dress had been bought immediately, Naruto's suit was borrowed, the guests had been only the most faithful ninjas to prevent the wedding information from being leaked, the best men and bridesmaids were chosen at random. In total, everything was very rushed. Mei, my friends, today we are gathered here for the union of these 2 souls who decide to unite their lives in body and soul. Naruto Uzumaki, say your vows. Naruto, okay, taking out a piece of paper. I, Naruto Uzumaki, promise to love you and protect you no matter what happens. To be with you in health and in sickness. Leaving the piece of paper, I swear that no matter what happens from now on, I will always give my life to you without fear, because I have decided that you will be the one who throws the slipper to our children, that you will be the one to whom I give my fortnight. Because you are the one with who I want to wake up every morning of my life. I want to be able to sleep by your side, be the owner of your I love you, and thus be able to spend my entire life with you, because from this moment my soul, my heart, and everything I have or have will be yours. All the men were crying upon hearing Naruto's words. He was a real man. Mei, Hinata Hyuga, give your wishes. Hinata, I, Hinata Hyuga, from this moment accept my husband's surname, thus becoming Hinata Uzumaki. I promise to love you and protect you no matter what happens, to be with you in health and in sickness regardless of what decisions you make. I swear that I will be the one who protects your back. I want to be the only woman you love and to whom you give your heart, because from this moment I, Hinata Uzumaki, give you my whole being and body and soul, so you are the only one with the right to do whatever you want with me. The women were surprised by Hinata's words and some were upset. Then Mei spoke. Mei, after hearing the votes of both, seeing how they held hands, if anyone objects, let them speak now or keep quiet forever. Mei / all women / Conan, I oppose. Naruto and Hinata saw Conan and Pakura appear through the door, looking angry. Naruto, Mom? Conan, how come you're getting married? Naruto, well, I wanted to marry Hinata and I knew you guys would be opposed. Pakura, why would we do that? Naruto, well then. Hinata, Mom, let the ceremony finish and then we'll talk, okay? Conan, sighing, you owe me a big explanation, but okay. Proceed, taking a seat next to Pakura. Mei, well then, Hinata Uzumaki, do you accept Naruto Uzumaki as your lawful husband, in health and in sickness, in life and in death until existence itself does you part? Hinata, I accept, smiling. Mei, Naruto Uzumaki, do you take Hinata Uzumaki to be your lawful wife, in sickness and in health, in death and in life, until existence itself do you part? Say no, say no. Naruto, I accept. Mei, well, please the rings. Naruto was left blank. He had forgotten to buy the most important thing, but then Conan approached Naruto to take out 2 rings with the symbol of rain from a scroll. Conan, these are the rings that my parents once used and I would like you to use them now, extending the rings to Naruto. Naruto, taking the rings, are you sure, Mom? Conan, of course, I would like you to use them. Naruto and Hinata, taking the thinner one, he took Hinata's hand and slowly put it on, so that at the end he gave her a kiss on the finger, making Hinata blush. Hinata took the other ring and took Naruto's hand to put it on him. At the end she gave him a kiss on the finger, making Naruto blush. Mei, by the power given to me, I hereby pronounce you husband and wife, you may kiss. Hinata threw herself at Naruto to kiss him. Everyone began to applaud for the union of both. When they separated, they smiled at everyone, happy that they had become husband and wife. Lemon skipped. Hinata, Naruto, promise me you'll never leave me. Naruto, fixing a lock of her hair, I promise you. Hinata woke up, looked at the ceiling, and a tear fell from her eye. Hinata mess. Season 2. Hinata woke up in her new home. It was the first night she spent there. She got out of bed and left the small room where she was. That room was the only one she had cleaned. She was hungry, she didn't know how many days she hadn't eaten. She left the Temple of the Masks to go to the market. As she walked, people just looked at her badly or made a bad gesture. But she passed by because she had remembered a special place. She walked a little further and arrived at that place where she spent many hours a day. Hinata, good morning, Mr. Tucci, I am Neishan. The man who was cooking and the young woman who was cleaning the place looked at the entrance to find one of their best clients. Tucci / I am, Hinata-chan. The two ran to hug the young woman. Tucci, Hinata-chan, I thought they would execute you letting her go. Hinata, well, they shaved me, how have they been? Caressing I am. Tucci, we have been doing well, although since we were the only store that was not affected by their attack, they raised our quota to continue working. Hinata, don't worry about it. I am now the owner of many lands here on Earth and more than 70% of the shops in this place. I am, what are you talking about, Hinata? Hinata, I married Naruto. Naruto was Kushina's heir and like him. Tucci died sad. Hinata, yes, since he died I am now the owner of more than half of the Land of Fire. Tucci, that's a lot of power. Hinata, yes, but I didn't come to talk about politics. I want a good bowl of Uzumaki special ramen. Tucci agreed as I am sat down with Hinata. I am, how's it going that you marry Naruto? Hinata, well, at a festival in the waterfall village Naruto proposed to me playing with his wedding ring. I thought it was one of his games, but then he told me he was serious, and we got married in the Mist village. I thought they were wanted in every village. Hinata, we helped the Mist village a little. Now that I think about it, I think I shouldn't have said anything, but it doesn't matter anymore. Tucci, leaving a bowl of ramen in front of Hinata. What are you doing, little one? Hinata, I have a lot of things to do, but they will take time, so I think I will spend a few days here, but I would like a place to eat without anyone bothering me. I can bring food to your house. Hinata, that would help me a lot. Sure, I'll help you in any way I can. Hinata ate and then returned home. She had to think carefully about what she would do. The plan she had made with Naruto in a situation like this was clear. She had to revive Naruto. She knew that in this temple there were many interesting things. What interested her most was the second jutsu, or at least a way to create it. She didn't know much about Fuinjutsu. That was why she had already created a plan herself. The first thing was to go see the Hokage. / Hokage Tower / Minato was looking at some photos of Kushina. He missed her. She was his wife. She was the woman he loved. She really did what she once shouted at him face to face. But he could not continue lamenting since his door was opened, revealing Hinata. Minato, what are you doing here, Hinata? Hinata, I want something from you. Minato, what thing? Hinata, I want to be able to enter Kushina-sama's basement. Minato, how do you know about that basement? Hinata, I know a lot of things. Minato walking around the office. Minato, I'm not letting you anywhere. Hinata, you have no choice but to let me in. Don't forget that those scrolls now belong to me. Minato just sighed, got up from his seat and left the office for Hinata to follow him. They both went to the Hokage's house, entered and went straight to the basement. Minato, this is... Hinata, open it. Minato, I can't, only an Uzumaki could do it. Hinata approached the door and again took a drop of blood from her ring. She put it on the door and it opened. Hinata passed through as if nothing had happened, but when Minato was about to pass through the doors, they closed immediately. Inside the basement there were many pieces of furniture with scrolls. She took out a blank one and began to put everything away in it. When she was putting away, she found a dried rose. She recognized that flower. It was one of those she grew with Naruto in the garden of the former Akatsuki tower. So she imagined that Naruto must have had contact with Kushina. When she finished putting away, she left the basement, but Minato was waiting for her on the other side. Minato, what did you get? Hinata, nothing that interests you. We will be in touch. I still want some things from you. Hinata disappeared into leaves that crossed the floor, thus disappearing, leaving Minato with doubts. / with Hinata at the temple / Hinata entered the temple. In front of her a shadow clone of herself appeared. The clone agreed upon seeing her and disappeared, thus Hinata obtained the memories of the clone. She already knew that the temple had been cleaned and everything arranged. She went to what was a library. Everything was full of Uzumaki scrolls. So one by one she read them. Each scroll spoke of the traditions of the Uzumaki, their abilities and history, but what interested her was another scroll. While reading, she found a black scroll. This was one of those that were in the place from before. When she opened it, upon reading the first kanji, she smiled. / in the Hokage Tower. Minato was reading some papers when his door was opened by an injured Shikaku. Minato, what's the problem? What are you trying to solve? The current leader of the Nara clan, who had faced off against the Akatsuki, was now missing one eye and one arm. Shikaku, I knew I'd find you here. Why didn't you attend the wake for the fallen? Minato, I wasn't in the mood. I know I should have been there, but do you know why I didn't go? Shikaku, I know it was hard to lose the woman you loved and a son, but... Minato, he was not my son, he said, looking at the ceiling. He made that clear to me. Shikaku didn't say anything, he just sat in front of him. Shikaku, do you remember the time we were attacked? Minato, of course, why do you ask? Shikaku, on that occasion, even though there were many deaths, Naruto did not kill anyone. Minato thought about it for a moment, and the Nara was right. Minato, yes, but he still faced all of us. Shikamaru, that's what I'm saying. Naruto had enough power to fight the Kages. I even think he could have killed them. Minato, are you saying that Naruto played with us? Shikaku, I say that everything that happened was planned, from us attacking them and Naruto committing suicide. Minato, but that means… Shikaku, they planned to revive Naruto or something else, since they stole the scroll of the Kage which, if I'm not mistaken, was the second jutsu. Minato, Edo Tensei is a very difficult jutsu, not even Orochimaru could use that jutsu, and he is the only one I imagine who can understand a jutsu of such magnitude. Shikaku, we can't trust that. Minato, is that why you asked me to hide Naruto's body? Shikaku, that's right, the body of a ninja is very valuable, and if it's someone like Naruto, I'm more than sure they'll want to get it back. Minato, what do you think we can do? Shikaku, you must. Minato saw how Shikaku looked like he wanted to vomit. He staggered slightly and fell to the ground. Minato quickly went around his desk to take Shikaku's body. Minato, Shikaku, answer me, what's wrong? Shikaku was convulsing as blood came out of his mouth, nose, ears and eyes, but even in that state he was able to say a few words. Shikaku, you must be careful with Hina. Before he finished speaking, Shikaku stopped breathing. Minato tried to get Shikaku to react while screaming for help. / elsewhere / I'm sorry, Shikaku, I said too much. Hinata said as he took off a Shinigami-shaped mask. Hinata, it's time to start studying. Temp 2 Cap 2. Chapter 2. Help from the past. Hinata took off her mask to place it on a wall where there were a few dozen more masks, although she still didn't know what they were for or what they could be useful for. When she proceeded to continue studying the scrolls, she heard a knock on her door. She got up and went to find out who it was. As she walked through the door, she ran into someone who was the one she least expected. Hinata, Sasuke, what are you doing here? The Uchiha smiled slightly upon seeing her. Sasuke, I've been looking for you. I thought you were staying at the Hyuga complex, but they kicked me out of there when I asked about you. Hinata, and how did you find me? Sasuke, Hokage-sama had put ambush to watch you, so I asked him, and he told me where you were staying. Hinata, damn gossipy Hokage, what do you want? I'm busy. Sasuke, my brother and my mother died that day when they were attacked. I know he was from your organization, and I wanted to know if you could tell me about him. Hinata, looking at him seriously, why should I? Sasuke, he was my older brother. I haven't heard from him for years. That's why I would like to know something about what happened to him in all these years. Hinata thought about it for a moment, moved away from the door and opened it a little more, nodding for him to come in. Sasuke nodded and went inside. Inside the temple, Sasuke was surprised. From the outside it looked old and worn, but inside it looked good. Sasuke, so this is where you're staying? Hinata, come with me. Hinata took him to the back of the place where there was something like a kitchen. Hinata began to fill a container with water. He put it on his hand and began to heat it with chakra. Hinata, so, what do you want to know? Sasuke, years ago, when he left the village as a renegade, a young woman from our clan also disappeared. Do you know if she went with him? Hinata, I never mentioned the name of any woman that I remember, or at least of someone in particular. Naruto was more attached to him than I was, so there is not much I can tell you about him leaving the container in which the water was boiling. Sasuke, I see. Did he ever mention me? Looking into her eyes. Hinata, no, pouring tea into a cup for Sasuke and herself. She was just saying that my Naruto reminded her of her little brother, bringing the cup closer to him. Sasuke, thank you. Drinking some tea for the Sharingan you had. Hinata, if I sent the Hokage to you, you should have. Sasuke, no, nothing like that. It's just that the same day my brother disappeared, his best friend Shursui died, and when they recovered the body he didn't have any of his eyes, so I thought that you. Hinata, no, the Sharingan I had belonged to someone else. You're asking questions that have nothing to do with your brother, so if you're going to continue with that, you better leave. Sasuke, I didn't want to make you uncomfortable. I just wanted to know a little more about my brother. Hinata, well, I already told you that I didn't spend much time with him. Sasuke, I see. Getting up, I appreciate what you told me. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me for help. Hinata, don't worry about it. I won't need anything. Sasuke thanked him and left. Hinata accompanied him to the door to make sure they left. When he left, she closed the door and returned to her studies. While studying at night, she heard footsteps in the temple. She got up slightly. She took a katana that was on the wall of the place. She approached the door ready to kill whoever threatened her, but instead she heard a light knock on the door. "Good evening, Miss Hinata?" Hinata was puzzled. She opened the door slightly and outside she found a hooded figure. "Hinata, who are you?" "So Miru Hashigaki, what about you?" "Hinata, I'm Hinata Uzumaki." "Miru, have you met Kisame?" "Hinata, I was part of his group." "Miru, then I'm in the right place." "Hinata, what do you want from me?" "Miru, can I come in? The Ambu can see me here and I don't want them to know I'm in this village." Hinata let her pass. The woman walked quickly, took off her hood and revealed her long brown hair. "Hinata, what are you doing here?" "Miru, I'm sorry I arrived without warning, but it was important that I arrived as soon as possible." "Hinata, don't worry about it, what do you need?" "Miru, I found out what happened in the Rain Village. Kisame visited me every week starting to cry. He visited me a day before the attack. He left me something that he said if something happened to him I should bring it to you and leave it in your hands or in Naruto Uzumaki's hands." "Hinata, what thing?" "Miru, this taking out a scroll, this is what he left me." Hinata took the scroll to look at it. It had the kanji for her name and Naruto's. She opened it. Inside there was a scroll with a sealing kanji. With a little chakra she released the seals so that Kisame's former sword would appear. "Hinata, I thought Samahata had disappeared along with Kisame, seeing the sword that made its handle get tangled in Hinata's arm." "Miru, I don't know. I didn't know what it was. Did you train with Kisame?" "Hinata, no, the one who trained with him was my late husband Naruto." Looking at the sword. "Miru, were you married?" "Hinata, that's right, you and Kisame were seeing a ring on Miru's hand." "Miru, we got married a couple of years ago." "Hinata, do you want some tea and we can talk about Kisame?" "Miru, sure." They both went to the kitchen where Hinata heated water again to serve tea. "Hinata, do you happen to know if Kisame's partner had a family?" "Miru, this Itachi guy. I think Kisame once told me that Itachi had a partner named Izumi or something like that." "Hinata Izumi? I don't know, but that name sounds familiar. Did you and Kisame have children?" "Miru, blushes no, but we tried a few times. I went to visit a doctor, and he told me that I couldn't have children because I had a wound in a battle which left me infertile, but we still decided to adopt Happy." "Hinata, that sounds good." "Miru, what was your husband like?" "Hinata, he was very kind, handsome, strong and many things." "Miru, you miss him, right?" "Hinata, too much." "Miru, but do you have a plan to avenge them?" "Hinata, that's right, but do you know about our organization?" "Miru, of course. Who do you think helped Mei-sama contact them?" "Hinata, so can you help me?" "Miru, that's what I'm here for, besides bringing you that." "Hinata, very well, because I need someone to help me. I have already thought of something to be able to meet the objectives of the organization." Miru acknowledged as she saw Hinata's seriousness. Minato walked down a dark hallway. He walked until he found a door that was illuminated by a spotlight. He opened it and walked in. Inside was a blonde who was examining the body of the deceased Shikaku. "Minato, what did you find out, Tsunade?" "Tsunade, nothing that explains why he died that way." "Minato, why did he die?" "Tsunade, her lungs collapsed, her heart was torn, her liver was black, her kidneys were torn and her intestines were scrambled that caused internal bleeding." "Minato, what would happen if I did something like that?" "Tsunade, I didn't find any trace of poison or chakra that showed it was made by a sealing jutsu." "Minato, we have to find out what killed him, but soon." It was then that the door was abruptly opened to reveal an Ambu. "Ambu, Tsunade-sama has to come immediately." They both went out behind the Ambu to go to another room. Upon entering they met a red-haired man. "Minato, they are." Minato approached his son. The young man was on his knees as he screamed. His eyes were bandaged. He covered his face in pain. Minato removed the bandages to see his son's eyes. When he removed the bandage, he saw how his son's eyes melted as if they were wax. Minato, Tsunade, what's happening to my son? Tsunade, I don't know, the transplant was successful, nothing should have happened. Minato, have you anything, Tsunade? Tsunade knocked out Minato Jr. to put him on the stretcher where the child was before to begin treating him. Tsunade, it was a bad idea to transplant Naruto's eyes to your son. Minato, I know, something must have happened. Minato watched seriously as Tsunade attended to her son. Hinata and Miru entered the Uzumaki's room. Hinata, I have an extra futon, would you like to stay tonight? Miru, of course, what are you doing tomorrow? Hinata, I would like to go to the Rain Village, I want to know what is there. Miru, sure, maybe we'll find something that will help us. Hinata agreed, tomorrow would be a bit hectic. Temp 2 Cap 3. The morning arrived, the sun began to rise, and in the forest 2 figures were seen running, jumping from branch to branch. Both figures wore robes with red clouds and used black masks. Are they following us? No, they lost track of us when we left the country of fire. Hinata, are you sure you want to go to the Rain Village? It won't be the same. Hinata, I know that, but still, I have things to look for in that place. Listen, Miru, you shouldn't do this, I can do this alone. Miru, I know we don't know each other very well, Hinata, but I'm doing this because Kisame trusted you and because I also want the future that Akatsuki promised us. Hinata, thanks Miru, now let's go fast, even though they lost track of us, they may know where we are going. Both of them quickened their pace. It was getting dark when they had finally reached their destination, or rather the border of the village. From afar, Hinata noticed that the huge rock that Naruto had attracted was gone. Not even the rubble was a sign that the ninjas had tried to collect the bodies of their fallen brothers. When they finally arrived at the village, they saw it destroyed. Nothing remained of what was once a huge prosperous village with crops, commerce, schools, homes, hospitals. Now it was just rubble. As they walked among this rubble, Hinata noticed a dirty and broken rag doll. She stopped to pick it up. Miru saw everything with sadness. She knew the village. She had visited it a long time ago. Miru, there is what used to be the tower pointing. Hinata turned her gaze to see what was once her home was now just a pile of shit, a shit that she had loved. They both approached to see better. Only the first and second floors remained. She was sure that the room she once shared with Naruto was now underwater. But she could find something. She walked to the back where the garden was. It seemed almost intact because of the flowers that she with her mother and Pakura had planted. Among all those beautiful flowers was the white flower that Naruto had given her. Miru, it's a beautiful garden. Hinata, Naruto liked gardening. He was the one who pruned them and kept them beautiful, although I was the one who planted them with my mother and my aunt. Miru, what is the name of that beautiful white flower? Hinata, I like to call it Crying from Heaven. Miru, it's a nice name. Hinata, follow me, we have to see something special. Hinata went into the tower to go to where they met to receive their missions. There behind the throne that used to belong to Madara there was a secret entrance that they had discovered. They both went down. Hinata was worried that someone from the Alliance had discovered what was there. Miru, where does this hallway lead to? Hinata, if I'm not mistaken, this should take us to where we were working. Thus they reached the end of the road. Hinata activated her Byakugan, which she only had in one eye, and noticed that no one had crossed the barrier. Hinata drew signs and put her hand on the rock, which moved, letting them pass, so they could see an enormous statue with 11 eyes, of which 7 were shining. Miru, what is that? Hinata, this is what my husband and our organization had been working for. This is the 10-tailed beast. Miru looked in amazement at the huge statue that lay motionless, holding up the roof with its 4 arms. The eyes, that were covered with a kind of red bandage, were just a shell that was about to open. Miru, why are those eyes shining? Hinata, it's the chakra we've been gathering, the tailed beast chakra. Miru, it's fascinating. Hinata closed her eyes but felt someone walking behind them, so she turned around to find a group of Ambus. Ambu, you don't know how much I appreciate you opening the door that we couldn't open. You gave us important information. Now, you're of no use to us anymore. The group of ambush prepared to attack them, but they did not expect a white mass to emerge from the ground that surrounded each and every one of them. Even though they tried to break free, they could not until the white mass surrounded them completely, and blood came out of it. Hinata, I didn't expect to meet you like this, Zetsu. An olive tree began to emerge from the roof, which grew and opened up, revealing half-half. Zetsu, I'm impressed that you're here, princess. I didn't imagine you would come. Hinata, I have things to look for here. You have information, right? Zetsu, that's my job, but we have to go somewhere else. I have someone to introduce you to. Hinata looked at Zetsu to nod. / in the Leaf Village / Tsunade walked through the hospital corridors with papers in her hands. She was heading to a particular room. When she arrived, she opened the door, and inside was a white-haired man writing in a small book. Tsunade, are you still with your perverted things? Jiraiya smiled as he heard the blonde woman's voice. Jiraiya, well, if my girlfriend doesn't mind, I want to continue my book trilogy. The blonde smiled and approached him and gave him a kiss on her forehead. He was still hurt, so she wasn't going to hit him, at least not today. Tsunade, if I find out you're doing any of your research, I swear I'll hit you so hard I'll dig another hole in you. Jiraiya, you are very hexy when you are angry. Tsunade, shut up, you idiot. Tsunade began to check the white-haired boy's wounds when he looked at her. Jiraiya, did something bad happen? Tsunade, sighing to stop checking it and sit on the bed. Do you remember that I told you that Minato wanted me to transplant Naruto's eyes to him in JR? Jiraiya, yes, you told me that you didn't agree. Did something bad happen? Tsunade, Naruto's eyes melted as if they were made of wax. Jiraiya was surprised at that. Jiraiya, I thought you said Naruto's eyes were similar to the Uchiha's. Tsunade, well, I was wrong. Eyes can't stand a transplant. Jiraiya was intrigued about that. He should investigate that topic. Jiraiya, if that happened to the eyes, what do you think happened to the body? Tsunade, I don't know, but I think I should warn you, the body may no longer be useful for research. Jiraiya, did they hide the body? Tsunade, yes, Minato took care of that. Since he found out that the Hokage scroll had been stolen, he hid the body. Jiraiya, well, I think it's not just the body that they need. Tsunade, it's because of the fox. The fox chakra is still sealed in Naruto's body, which has kept it from decomposing. Jiraiya, is that possible? Tsunade, well, you're listening to him. It's strange. That's why we continue investigating Naruto's body. Jiraiya, what about the Akatsuki bodies? Tsunade, nothing is left of them mysteriously, but we have an ambu group taking care of the remains of the Rain Village. Jiraiya, once we underestimate them, we shouldn't do it twice. Tsunade, yes, yesterday Shikaku died in a strange way. Jiraiya, what do you mean, in a strange way? Tsunade, all of his organs failed simultaneously, but I found no traces of poison or chakra. Jiraiya, could it have been a temple mask? Tsunade, temple mask? Jiraiya, I once read in a scroll from Sensei that in the Temple of the Masks there was one that was capable of ending a person's life in that way. Tsunade was thoughtful. Hinata was staying in that house. It was likely that she had killed him. Tsunade, Hinata may have killed Shikaku. Jiraiya, that's not possible. To use it you need a huge amount of chakra, one that I doubt Hinata can use. Tsunade, so it was someone else? Jiraiya, Akatsuki was a very large organization. They had many members and informants, so one of them may have used it. Tsunade, standing up, you told me yourself walking to the door. We must not underestimate him again. Tsunade walked out of the room to leave while Jiraiya smiled. He had been silenced. / somewhere far away from the shinobi world / What happened? The date is approaching, mother. It's decided, we'll have to go for her. It's important for Our Lady to rise again. Then I will begin the preparations, mother. Temp 2 Cap 4. Hinata, Miru and Zetsu were walking through the forest of the Rain Village, and since the weather was humid it started to rain. Both girls were wondering where they were going because the man didn't say anything. After walking for at least 2 hours they came to what seemed to be a cave. they entered but found a rock blocking the way. Zetsu, okay girls, don't be scared. Zetsu performed a couple of seals and touched the ground, which opened as if it were a door that made the three of them fall into the void. While they were falling, they saw that at the bottom there was a blue light, so hoping it was water they prepared themselves, and yes, it was definitely water, which allowed them to cushion their fall. Hinata, what the hell was that? Zetsu, it was to avoid intruders, follow me. Both of them followed him again, walking into the cave, which was illuminated by torches. This time they didn't walk that far, so just a couple of meters away they heard some laughter. They opened what was a door to find a purple-haired girl playing with some balls. Hinata's eyes widened as she saw the girl. She wasn't a censor, but she knew there was something about that girl that reminded her of her mother. Hinata, she is. Zetsu, this is Kasumi Uzumaki, your sister. The pearl-eyed girl approached the girl to caress her hair. The little girl smiled at her while extending one of her balls. Hinata, how old is he? Zetsu, 3 years. Hinata, why didn't Mom ever tell me? Zetsu, they never told anyone, only I knew apart from the two of them. Hinata, do you know if anyone else survived other than the two of us? Zetsu, I only know that Orochimaru and Tobi survived. Hinata, very well, for now I would like you to take care of her, looking at the girl. Zetsu, sure, I know you and Naruto had a plan, I heard you once, what are you going to do? Hinata, I can't tell you, I just asked you to help me. Zetsu agreed as Miru stood next to Zetsu. Miru, you can also count on my help, Hinata. I will not forgive anyone who has hurt my boyfriend. Hinata, Zetsu, I want you to look for Orochimaru. I need his help to learn a jutsu. Miru, I know there were some spies from the organization. I want you to gather them and for everyone to meet us at the entrance of this cave. Zetsu, Hinata, are you planning to revive Naruto? Hinata, that's right, I read the jutsu but I don't know how to use it. I don't know much about Fuin jutsu unlike Naruto and Orochimaru, so I need your help. Zetsu, the Hokage after Naruto's attack was overtook Naruto's body and took him away. I followed them to spy on them, but guess what they wanted to do with your boyfriend? Hinata, what did Zetsu do? Zetsu, they were trying to implant Naruto's Rinnegan into the Hokage's son. Hinata, those sons of hitches hitting the cave wall, breaking it, scaring everyone present. Zetsu, don't worry, Hina. When they tried to remove her eyes, I exchanged them for some eyes that I created with the help of some white setsu, so I have them here, taking out a jar to give it to Hinata. Hinata looked into Naruto's eyes. Those eyes were too powerful to fall into the wrong hands. Hinata, another reason for me to see Orochimaru, so tell him I'll wait for him at the Temple of Masks. Zetsu agreed to disappear. Hinata turned to see the girl who was now sleeping in a bed that was in that room. Miru, so we're not going? Hinata, yes, do what I asked you and send me a message when you are ready to meet. They both left the cave as the little girl whispered Hinata's name. / in the Leaf Village a few hours later / Tsunade walked towards the Temple of the Masks. She had to investigate the Hyuga girl, or the one who was Hyuga before, because now she called herself Uzumaki. When she arrived at the temple, she realized that it was now clean and renewed. She knocked on the door but was not answered. She continued knocking until she heard a voice behind her. Hinata, what do you need, Mrs. Tsunade? The voice was none other than Hinata, who was arriving at her now home. Tsunade, Hinata, I was looking for you. Hinata, what's the reason? Tsunade, the leader of the Nara clan was murdered yesterday. Do you know anything? Hinata, why should I know about that? I haven't been near the village since that time when they wanted to execute me. Tsunade, I know there's a mask that can cause death, and that mask is here in the temple. Hinata, if you want to investigate, go ahead and look for whatever you want. Hinata opened the door of the temple for the blonde to enter, which she did. When she entered, she noticed that the whole place was clean. That place reminded her of her childhood when she played in that place next to her grandmother. Hinata, you can see the place. I'll go prepare my lunch. Tsunade began to look around the place looking for that mask she had investigated hours before. When she found it, a shiver ran through her body. She approached to take it, but Hinata appeared out of nowhere to take her by the hand so she wouldn't touch anything. Hinata, what is he doing? Tsunade, I was just looking. Hinata, she can't touch anything, she doesn't know what can happen, all of this belongs to the Uzumaki clan releasing her. Tsunade, I'm also from the Uzumaki clan. Stepping back a bit. Hinata, you stopped being part of the clan since the day you were against Naruto. Tsunade, so you're still on the side of those criminals. Hinata, those criminals were my family, and some of you shamelessly attacked us trying to kill us and the villagers. That is the most disgusting thing. But do not worry, as long as I am still alive, the objective of the new dawn will still stand approaching her, and you will not hurt anything. Tsunade activated the seal on her forehead but did not expect the real Hinata to appear behind her, covering her entire face with her hand. Hinata, you won't do anything because you won't remember. Tsunade felt like her body couldn't move, the blonde's eyes rolled back while Hinata smiled macabrely. / hours later / Hinata was cleaning the floor of the temple. While she was doing so, she heard a knock on the door. She stopped what she was doing to go open it. When she did, she found Orochimaru face to face. Hinata, I'm glad you came so quickly. Orochimaru, yes, Setsu told me it was important. Hinata, that's right, opening the door wider, come in. Orochimaru walked in to look around. Hinata, tell that idiot to stop hiding, I'm disgusted by the way he looks at me. Orochimaru turned around to see his student Kabuto threatening Hinata with a kunai, putting it to his neck. Kabuto, so we left our investigations to help this brat, what a waste of time. Orochimaru, Kabuto, let her go, she is stronger than you and I together. Kabuto, I want you to prove it. Kabuto was going to cut her, but he just blinked and was standing in the middle of a desert. Orochimaru, where did you send him? Hinata, he's still alive if that's what you're worried about. I asked you to eat because I need your help with two things. Walking to the kitchen. Orochimaru followed her into the kitchen. Upon entering, he saw the girl take a scroll out of a pocket. She opened it to spread it out on the kitchen table. The man approached to take a good look at it. Orochimaru, is this the Hokage scroll? Hinata, that's right, I want you to help me learn this jutsu, pointing to one. Orochimaru, I see, it's complicated, but if we study it I'm sure we can do it. What's the second thing you want help with? Hinata, I want you to implant this in me, taking out a bottle. Orochimaru, is this Naruto's Rinnegan? Looking at the jar. Hinata, yes, as you can see, my grandfather Madara's Sharingan was taken from me. Orochimaru, and where is the Sharingan? Hinata, I suspect the Uchiha have it, but that's something I'll deal with later. Now there's something more important. Orochimaru, I can do that right now, but first tell me, what is your plan? Hinata, easy, we will destroy all the villages to purge them of that putrefaction that consumes them. I will revive my Naruto to be able to create the perfect world for humanity, where suffering is unknown and wars do not exist. But for that I need my Naruto smiling like Gasai in that scene where she told the protagonist that she was going to protect him. Orochimaru acknowledged as a shiver ran through him. Who knew Hinata could be so terrifying? Temp 2 Cap 5. Hinata woke up and looked around, not noticing anything strange. She got up and left the room to go to the kitchen to have breakfast, but she found Orochimaru cooking. Orochimaru, good morning. Hinata, how do you see with your new eye? Hinata approached a mirror to look at herself carefully. She now had a Byakugan and a Rinnegan. She stopped looking at herself to look at Orochimaru. Hinata, I see well and I don't feel any pain, so the transplant was a success. Orochimaru, I'm glad about that, but you'll have to keep wearing those bandages. No one should know you have that eye now. Hinata, I know, I'm not as stupid as you think. Orochimaru, what are you doing now? Hinata, I want us to start studying that jutsu, we really need it. Orochimaru, well then let's have breakfast because we have to continue studying. / in the village / Tsunade arrived at the Hokage Tower. Now she was an advisor to Minato. When she entered Minato's office she was rubbing her head. Minato, Are you feeling sick, Tsunade? Tsunade, my head hurts a lot. I have a terrible hangover looking at her. Minato, it was to be expected. Tsunade, the strange thing is that I don't remember taking it sitting in front of Minato. Minato, did you visit Hinata? Tsunade, of course, I didn't find anything to accuse her of. Minato, I'll still keep an eye on her. Tsunade, sounds good to me. Minato, did you study Naruto's body? Tsunade, yes, but I didn't find anything, no signal or chakra, but I will continue studying it. Minato, unfortunately, that won't be possible now. The samurai will come for the body today. Tsunade, the samurai? Minato, yes, I asked them to protect the body. I don't want any of the survivors of Akatsuki to try to recover it. Tsunade, okay, then I'll go prepare Naruto's body getting up. Minato, thank you very much. Tsunade, by the way, what about your son? Minato, he is training with Jiraiya now that the fox's body has disappeared. The beast's chakra will gather in Minato Jr., so he must begin to control that chakra. Tsunade, it's for the best, we must be prepared in case something bad happens. Minato, it's already happened to us once and it can happen to us again. Tsunade, looking at the village that was still under construction, yes, it can happen again. Tsunade left the office while Minato turned to look at the village and then looked up at the sky. Minato, Kushina. / in the Temple of Masks / Hinata was about to leave to buy some lunch, but when she opened the door she ran into Sasuke. Hinata, Sasuke? What are you doing here? Sasuke, well, I just came to bring you this, showing a bag in his hand. Hinata, what is that? Sasuke, it's some roast pork, I thought you might like some food. Hinata, thanks, but I was thinking about going to eat some ramen at Ichiraku. Sasuke, oh, would you mind if I came with you? Hinata, I don't care, closing the door to go to the village. Sasuke followed her. When they entered the village, the villagers stared at her angrily, but she didn't give a damn. When she entered Ichiraku, Ayam smiled at him to go cook him the usual. They both sat at a table. Sasuke sat in front of her to look at her attentively. Hinata, what? Sasuke, nothing, just that dark style suits you well. Hinata, dark style? Sasuke, yes, with your long robe, your nails painted black, those dark bandages on your eyes and your hair down to your shoulders. Hinata, nothing like that, I just copy Itachi's style. Sasuke, Itachi dressed like that? Hinata, similar, he had more flow. Sasuke, wow. Hinata, why are you following me? Sasuke, because I wanted to know more about my brother. Hinata, that's it, what else do you want to know? You knew him longer than I did. Sasuke, yes, I know, but I saw him a long time ago, and when he died with my mother I couldn't find anything about him. Hinata, there was something you didn't know. Sasuke, what thing? Hinata, he wanted peace more than anyone else in this world, and he passed his dream of peace on to Naruto. Sasuke, oh, my brother sometimes talked about things I never understood. Hinata, he knew a lot from an early age, he told me a lot about the war he lived through, he didn't want the same for you or anyone else. Sasuke, yes, my brother participated in a war when he was a child, it is certainly obvious that he was more experienced than other people his age. Hinata, yahihi, I remember that Naruto always kicked his ass. Sasuke, yahihi, I always kicked my ass too, how strong was Naruto? Hinata, I couldn't explain it to you, Naruto had trained with very strong people so he was extremely strong. Sasuke, then why was he killed by the Kages? Hinata, he wasn't killed, he was sealed, it was something very different. Sasuke, I see. Hinata, he was very strong, I once saw him signal to a Biju alone while he was facing another Biju. Sasuke, wow, that's really quite surprising, opening his eyes in surprise. Hinata, he was really strong. Sasuke, even though he was last in the class before, that doesn't make much sense, do you think? Hinata, people end up being what you least expect. Sasuke, if you're right about that, looking towards the street, why did they attack the village? Hinata, We only came for Danzō and your father. The destruction of part of the village was not planned. Sasuke, why did you kill people from my clan? Hinata, why did they attack me? If they hadn't done it, they would still be alive. Sasuke, then why didn't Naruto kill anyone? Hinata, because he wasn't like you, he didn't kill unless you deserved it. Sasuke, do you think that's why he's different? His actions made many people suffer as well as destroyed many people. Hinata, what can I say? Your actions will always make other people suffer. Because there can be no happiness if there is no sadness, there can be no life if there is no death. Sasuke, what the hell are you talking about? Are you saying I can't be happy without someone else being sad? Hinata, that's right, getting up. Remember that there can be no concept of loser if there is no concept of loser. Sasuke, then how do they want to end the war if that would extinguish the concept of peace? Hinata, because if we end the war, we will end something that makes not one but millions of people suffer. Sasuke, if you know that ends up being meaningless. Hinata, I know, but it is necessary, because if we end a war we will be ending all those people who rot humanity. Sasuke, with that you will only make more people suffer. Hinata, turning around, I never said people would stop suffering. Hinata left the table to sit at the bar where Ayame would put her bowl of ramen and then take her to Sasuke. The black-haired man just looked at Hinata, who was just enjoying her ramen, remembering when she tied right there with Naruto. After Hinata ate another 8 bowls of ramen, she returned to the Temple of the Masks alone. When she entered, Orochimaru was still studying the jutsu. Orochimaru, what's wrong with Sasuke, kid? Hinata, I don't know, it's weird, don't you think? Orochimaru, yes, you should be careful with that brat. Hinata, don't worry, you should be more afraid of me destroying the village than that idiot Sasuke doing something to me. Orochimaru, you're right, but he must be planning something against you. After all, you attacked the village, killing several people. Hinata, I'm not worried about that. We must hurry to perfect this jutsu. Orochimaru, don't worry, this will be the best jutsu of all. Temp 2 Cap 6. Hinata continued studying the resuscitation jutsu, but he didn't make much progress. After that day when he spoke with Sasuke, he had been going to the temple to talk to Hinata, who didn't mind him being there. Little by little they were becoming friends. 2 months later, Hinata was eating when she heard a knock on her door, so she went to answer it. When she opened it, she found Miru. Hinata, Miru, have you already done what I asked you to? Miru, that's right, they are waiting for us near the water border entering the temple. Hinata, perfect, as soon as it gets dark we'll leave there immediately. Miru, well, seeing the table, said, I'm sorry to interrupt you while you were eating. Hinata, it's okay, do you want to eat with me? Miru, sure. Hinata served her, and they both ate calmly. Because of the trip, Miru had not been able to take a bath, so after eating she asked to borrow her bathroom. Hinata had just fixed it up, so she allowed her to wash. When the afternoon fell, they were both on the temple's patio watching the sun set over the roof. Miru, this time we can't let them follow us. Hinata, I know, that's why we'll use this, showing a kunai with a seal. Miru, that's it, surprised. Hinata, it's the Hiraishin no Jutsu. I don't know how it works. I have these seals because Naruto gave them to me. He said to just put a little chakra and it would appear where the other one was. I have 3 more pairs, so I can't waste them remembering Naruto. Miru, it is necessary, taking Hinata by the hand. Hinata, I know, looking at Miru. Both had disappeared from the temple, surprising the Amba who were watching them when they were about to go tell the Hokage that a type of plant that came out of the tree caught them and tied them. They couldn't leave any loose ends. / with Hinata and Miru / Both had appeared very far from the village near the border of the country of fire, so they began to run to reach the border of water. While running, Hinata activated her Byakugan to be alert that no one followed them. After running for a few hours, they had finally reached the border. In front of them were the men who were infiltrated by Akatsuki. Hinata, I'm glad you answered my call, gentlemen. There must be a good reason why he asked us to risk our lives. Hinata, and there is. The reason I asked you to meet was to ask you to help me with some things I need for my plan to revive the New Dawn. What is it about? said one of them. Hinata, I need you to help me find out if any village has any of the bodies of the previous Akatsuki in its possession. Why would that worry you? Looking at her. Hinata, because then they could have information that we don't want them to have, just investigate. What else does Hinata-sama need? Hinata, I want to know where the swords of the mist are. Miru, looking at Hinata, I thought you would have them. Hinata, since the day of the attack I lost the swords that I carried and I don't know what they did with Naruto's. Miru, I could help you with that. Hinata, I would appreciate it. I also want to know if any other Akatsuki survived. So far I know that Orochimaru and Zetsu are alive. If another survived I need to know as soon as possible. They all agreed. They knew how strong Hinata was and they would be stupid to disobey her since she was now the new leader. Hinata, I want you to know that the ambitions of the New Dawn are still alive. As long as I live, the New Dawn that was once dreamed of will continue to stand. All our dreams of peace will continue to be desired, and I can swear to you that they will be fulfilled. The men saw Hinata. Behind her the moon shone, letting her light bathe Mrs. Uzumaki. The men were amazed at what they were seeing. One by one they began to kneel before her. All, we are at your service, Hinata-sama. Hinata smiled. Her plan to be with her Naruto was getting closer to being fulfilled. She was so happy that her heart was beating hard. / somewhere in the land of fire / Minato walked down a long hallway. At his side was a man who was on his pair. Minato, thank you for helping me with this, Mr. Mifune. Mifune, you have nothing to thank you for, Mr. Minato. It is my pleasure to help you. Minato, is it safe to leave it here? Mifune, of course, it is the most secure prison in the entire country of fire. No inmate has escaped and no one who is not one of my men or me has entered. I am more than sure that nothing will happen to him being here. Minato, I'm afraid they'll try to do something to them. Mifune, I understand your concern, but as I said, you will be more than safe being here. Minato, I hope so. It is more than important that they are safe since many people will want to obtain their secrets, and everything they can obtain. Mifune, yes, that is true, but with the methods we have, no one who is sane would even come close to this village. Minato, very well, I must leave today to return to my village. Mifune, you be careful, I'll take care of everything. Minato nodded and walked out a door in front of him. As he left, he had to take what looked like a rope elevator. Slowly he began to climb. As he climbed, he could see hundreds of samurai guards with armor, spears, axes, katanas, and other weapons. Mifune was right, this place was maximum security. As he came to the surface, he met Jiraiya, who smiled when he saw the blonde. Jiraiya, so you brought them with the samurai? Minato, I think they are the best option for you to take care of them. Jiraiya, you're right about that. Now what are you going to do? Minato, we must meet with the other Kages. We cannot allow another organization like the Akatsuki to form again. Jiraiya, we were able to stop them, but what would have happened if we hadn't known in time? Minato, for that reason, let's return to the village and send the message as soon as possible. They both started walking back to Konoha. / with Hinata / Hinata arrived at the Temple of the Mask, and as she passed by she saw several scrolls around the place. Hinata, Orochimaru, don't be kidding me. I just finished cleaning, seeing Orochimaru appear from the kitchen. Orochimaru, yes, I'm sorry Hinata, I was just looking for some things. Hinata, I hope you clean this up because I won't do it anymore. Orochimaru, yes, do you want to have breakfast? Hinata, yes, of course. Hinata entered the dining room where Orochimaru had already served her breakfast. While the girl was eating, the man spoke to her. Orochimaru, Sasuke came to look for you so you could go have breakfast. Hinata, really? Orochimaru, yeah, I had to impersonate you to tell him to go to hell. Hinata, well then there is no problem. Orochimaru, you. Hinata, don't get yourself all worked up, it's nothing like what you're thinking. Orochimaru, okay, hurry up and have breakfast. I'll show you something. Hinata agreed to see where he was going. She certainly wanted to see her Naruto, and her body knew it. Temp 2 Cap 7. It was night. Hinata was drinking tea while looking at the moon and the stars. She had been studying for 2 weeks without a break, but she had finally paid off. While she was enjoying her hot drink, she heard someone approaching. Hinata, what do you want, Miru? Miru, everything you asked for is here. Hinata, where are they? Miru, they said they would be ready wherever you wanted. Hinata, tell them we'll meet at the same place as before. Miru, okay. Hinata, can I ask you a question? Hinata, what's wrong? Miru, if I help you with all this, will I be able to see Kisame again? Hinata didn't say anything. She got up from where she was sitting to walk towards her and pass by her side. Hinata, if that's what you want, that's what you'll get. Hinata entered the house while Miru disappeared from the place. Inside the temple were Zetsu, Orochimaru, and an exhausted Kabuto, who upon seeing the girl formed an annoyed face. Kabuto, what the hell do you want, girl? Hinata, are you ready? Orochimaru, yes, we just need someone to do the test. Hinata, then prepare everything. Orochimaru began to draw kanji on the ground. Zetsu approached Hinata to ask her something. Zetsu, do you want one of my white Zetsu? Hinata, no, I already have the guinea pig we need. Hinata grabbed Kabuto's face and held him tight, lifting him up to take him to the center of the circle. Kabuto wanted to break free, but Hinata's strength was greater. Using his hand, he created a chakra scalpel to stab Hinata, but when he did, the girl didn't even flinch. She made cuts on his arm, face, torso, and more, but she still wouldn't let go. Because she was squeezing him, she left him unconscious because she wasn't letting him breathe. Orochimaru, what are you doing, Hinata? Hinata, you can always find another student. Orochimaru, but... Hinata, I'm already fed up with him, so I'll get rid of him. Orochimaru didn't say anything, letting her do what she wanted. He left Kabuto's body in the center of the seal. He got out of it and concentrated to make the seals he needed, so chakra began to flow through his body. He began to quickly transfer different seals. Kabuto woke up to see how Hinata transferred those seals that he himself along with his master had created. He wanted to stop her, but when he approached her, Hinata put her hand on his chest like this. Kabuto's body rose slightly, his face rose to look at the ceiling. His eyes and open mouth shone for a moment like this. A stronger glow illuminated the whole place. Everyone was momentarily blinded. When they could see again, they saw someone kneeling in the middle of the seal. Orochimaru, I thought you would bring Naruto, looking angrily at Hinata. Hinata, I discovered something I didn't expect, looking at the ground. Orochimaru, what? Hinata, Naruto is not dead. Everyone in the place fell silent. What do you mean Naruto isn't dead, busted? Hinata saw the red-haired girl. Hinata, we thought Naruto was dead, Karen. The girl with the different eyes got up from where she was to approach Hinata. Karen, so where is it? Hinata, he is sealed between life and death. Orochimaru, but Hiruzen used the demon's sealing jutsu. Hinata, yes, but he didn't succeed. Naruto may have freed himself from this, but he's still not quite alive or dead. Karen, what are we going to do to bring my love back? Hinata, with this variable, the plan that Naruto and I made will have to change, but that is none of your business. Orochimaru, I want you to help me release this jutsu. We will need it to revive more people. Zetsu, I want you to find Tobi as soon as possible. I will need your help. Karen, where is Grandpa's Sharingan? Hinata, don't worry about it. Orochimaru, before you start your experiments, I want you to implant the Rinnegan in Karen. Karen, whose is the Rinnegan? Hinata didn't answer and just left, leaving a sour taste in Karen's mouth. / the next day / Hinata and Karen run through the forest. Karen, where are we going? Hinata, we will meet some people who will help us. Karen, what happened to the others? Hinata, I don't know, I just know that some of us are alive, but don't worry about that, they will be with us soon. Karen agreed. Soon after they arrived at the same point as before, the men were surprised to see the red-haired girl with black eyes, but the Rinnegan and Sharingan were noticeable in them. What looked like cracks could be seen on her right cheek and forehead, as well as one that went from her nose until it was lost in her neck. Hinata, I'm glad you did what I asked of you. It is a pleasure to serve you, Hinata-sama. Hinata, now what I want is simple. I want each and every one of you to get the highest positions in your villages. Whether it be commander of your armies, if you can be Kage or leaders, even better. Can we know why? Hinata, yes, I want you to do it so we can destroy those villages from the heart. I want everyone to trust you so that when the day comes we can attack you. I thought we wanted peace. Hinata, yes, and I repeat it again, as my husband once said, sometimes to create a new world, you will be forced to destroy the previous one. What will happen to the innocents? Hinata, everyone will have what they want. I will help them fulfill all those dreams they long for. All the men knelt down while Karen was shocked by this. Hinata, we will not see each other anymore. From today the plan of the new dawn begins. You have 4 years to do what I asked you. When the day comes I will look for you to tell you what to do. And what will happen with? Hinata, keep an eye on them. No one will escape the light that will emerge from suffering. Leaves began to grow from the ground and enveloped Hinata and Karen, causing them both to disappear. / in the village / Minato was meeting with Tsunade, Jiraiya and several jounin. Minato, so the other villages want to sign a peace treaty. Jiraiya, yes, since what happened with Akatsuki, they thought it would be better to be united than separated. Tsunade, in a certain way, Minato benefits us. Minato, yes I know, what do you think? The jounin present agreed with Tsunade, so the blonde thought about what the other villages were giving him. Minato, okay, communicate with the other villages, world peace will finally be seen. Temp 2 Cap 8. The afternoon arrived at the village and through the large doors entered a 17-year-old Sasuke who was returning from a mission outside the village. He was heading to the Hokage Tower to deliver his report, but when he arrived he ran into Minato talking to the council. Sasuke, is something wrong? Minato sighed as the council left the office, leaving them alone. Minato, don't worry about it, we're just thinking about what to do to find my son, since we were only seen passing through a small town near the rock village, so I've sent a small group to track him down. Sasuke, very well, leaving a scroll in front of him, I must return home. Minato, I hope you are fulfilling your mission. Sasuke, I don't see it as a mission anymore, leaving the office. When he returned home, he saw how the village had prospered over the years because now there were workshop buildings and new premises. People began to live in a relative peace that had been created, and he could not believe it after so many fights. As he walked through the streets of his clan, its inhabitants greeted him with joy, something he adored. Upon seeing his house, he slowly opened the door. Sasuke, I'm home now, entering. A black-haired girl appeared through a door with a smile and a bulging belly. Welcome, Hinata, approaching him to hug him affectionately. Sasuke, I'm home, Hinata. Hinata smiled as he felt her hug him because finally after a week he could see her again, and if so they were both a couple. Years ago Sasuke had been sent to gain Hinata's trust or friendship because they wanted to know all the information they could about her, whether it was to know some techniques she had learned in Akatsuki or to know if someone else from her organization was still alive. But even though he fulfilled it perfectly, he could never obtain any useful information. But with the passage of time Sasuke fell in love with Hinata. After dealing with her for a year he declared his love for her, and surprisingly she accepted him. Now they had been living together for 2 years. The result had been Hinata's pregnancy. She was already 5 months pregnant, which made the high command of the Leaf happy because this resulted in a combination of bloodlines, and thus the former member of the New Dawn who carried 2-tailed beasts would stay in the village. If they could get their hands on the child of this couple they could have both of their weapons. While Sasuke and Hinata were having dinner, the Uchiha watched his beloved eat with a smile. Sasuke, you really look happy, smiling. Hinata, of course I am. I haven't seen you for a week and now we can finally have dinner together like I wanted, smiling even more. Sasuke, how about we go for a walk and eat cinnamon rolls tomorrow? Hinata, yes, I would love that, smiling warmly. Sasuke was happy to see her happy. He wasn't lying when he said he loved her because that's how it was. He loved every smile she gave him, every detail she gave him, every caress or kiss, everything. He loved everything about her. After having dinner together, they both went out to see the moon. Every time they did, he could see a special glow in Hinata's eyes. Sasuke, do you like watching the moon? Hinata, yes, staring at her. I don't know how to tell you, but there is something that I feel that calls me. Sasuke, that's weird looking at the moon. I think it's better if we go in. You have to rest, helping her get up. Hinata, I'm fine, I can still move. While entering the house with Sasuke, they both went to their room to rest because it had been a tiring day. The next day they both went out arm in arm to go for a walk. The people of the Uchiha clan looked happily at their heir because since that day when he lost his parents his smile had gone, but today he showed one that reflected joy. As they walked through the streets of the village just a few blocks before reaching that cinnamon roll stand that Hinata loved so much, an Ambu had appeared in front of them both. Ambu, Sasuke-sama, I'm sorry to bother you, but the Hokage requests to see you as soon as possible. Sasuke, are you kidding me? I just got back from a mission. Ambu, I'm sorry, I'm just following orders. Sasuke looked at Hinata, who gave him a warm smile in understanding. Sasuke, I promise I'll be back as soon as I can, taking Hinata's hand to kiss her on it. Hinata, it's okay, I'll be waiting for you at home, as always, giving him a kiss on the cheek to turn around and go straight to the Uchiha complex with his gaze down, while Sasuke turned to look at the Anvil with his Sharingan activated. Sasuke, you better be important, because if not, it will be you who I kill. The Anbu nodded nervously as he went with him to the Hokage Tower. // in the Hokage Tower // Sasuke entered Minato's office, who upon seeing him stopped what he was doing to see him. Sasuke, why did you call me? I hope it's important, because you interrupted my outing with Hinata after I hadn't seen her for a long time. Sasuke looked angry and Minato noticed that. Minato, I know and I'm sorry, but I received news that Junior has been seen in the wastelands of Azamo, and I want you to go find him and bring him back, whether he's alive or dead. Sasuke, I see, then I will leave immediately, turning around. Minato, wait Sasuke, I know this is difficult, but I want you to find out if any other Akatsuki is alive. Sasuke, turning to look at him, I thought we had left that topic behind 2 years ago. Minato, we can't take risks. I know they're together now, but that doesn't mean I can hide any of them. Sasuke, leave that, there is nothing to fear anymore. Leaving the office. / with Hinata / The Hyuga was now in the house she shared with Sasuke. In the living room she was knitting while she had a smile on her beautiful face. Seeing her bulging belly, she looked at what she was knitting, which was a red scarf. Hinata, well, I think it won't be so bad. The moon that night shone brighter than usual, letting Hinata see that someone was watching her from a distant place. / with Sasuke / The Uchiha had spent a few days looking for Junior in the Azamo Moor, but he had not found anything, so wanting to return he had taken another route. When entering the forest he was able to find another person a couple of meters in front of him. Sasuke, son of. Sasuke accelerated his pace to catch up with him. When he did so, he could clearly see that it was Minato Jr., so he had thrown a kunai at him, but the blonde had been able to dodge it. In front of them there was a clearing that was where they both stopped to face each other. Junior, wow, but it's the Uchiha boy. Sasuke, I have the mission to return you to the village whether alive or dead, activating his Sharingan. Junior, come on little brother, don't tell me you're still angry because I tried to kill Hinata. Sasuke didn't say anything and just rushed towards him to start fighting. Due to Sasuke's Sharingan he could easily see Junior's movements, but he was more strategic because he was waiting to be able to hit him in the face to create a Rasengan in his face. Right hand and connect the jutsu to the Uchiha's chest that sent him flying, but he turned in the air to be able to land on the trunk of a tree. Sasuke, well, I think we're going to get serious, activating his Manjikyo Sharingan. The redhead smiled and they both launched into combat. Now with their best Jujutsu, the redhead's speed was not a problem. From one moment to the next they both stopped, putting a kunai on each other's necks. Junior, wow, you are good. Being heir to our clan gives you certain advantages, right? Sasuke, shut up, you betrayed us so you don't deserve to belong to our clan, you were just a pet dog. They both hit each other to separate themselves. They were going to fight again, but in the middle of them something white came out that little by little took shape into a person. Minato stops playing. The boss calls us, throwing a cloth at Junior. Junior, I'm sorry little brother, I think that's all we'll play today. Sasuke's eyes widened when he saw the clothes Junior was wearing. A shiver ran through his body when he knew what it was about. Junior, you know, honestly this uniform isn't that bad, in fact it's comfortable and I love the red clouds. Thus, in front of Sasuke appeared a living portrait of what he once saw. It would be a Naruto but with hair of a different color. His red eyes that shone in the moonlight of the place let Sasuke know that the danger appeared again. Junior, if it were you, I would return to Konoha taking something out of the pocket of his robe because I think the moon is very pretty turning a three-pointed kunai, don't you think so? Both Akatsuki disappeared. It was at that moment that his brain understood what he was referring to and he disappeared from the place in a flash. / in Konoha the next day / Sasuke had run like never before in his life with the hopes of reaching the village as soon as possible. From afar he could see something that made his heart beat when he saw that the area where his complex was smoking, so with the same speed he ran towards there. The closer he got he noticed that the area was in pieces. At the gates of his clan he saw many of his people wounded and a few dead. He approached one of the wounded who got up when he saw him. Sasuke, what happened here, Ryuzo? Taking him by the shoulders. Ryuzo, I'm sorry my lord, we couldn't do much looking at the ground. Sasuke, where is Hinata? Ryuzo, crying, they took her away sir, he attacked us out of nowhere and took her away. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo to turn around and grab Minato by the neck, who was escorted by some Ambu. Sasuke, it's your fault, I couldn't be here to protect Hinata being threatened by the Ambu. Minato, calm down Sasuke, letting go, we have to know who attacked us and we will find Hinata. Sasuke, walking away, if anything happens to Hinata I'm going to kill you Minato, you and your bucking son. / elsewhere / Hinata was kneeling with her gaze cast down. In front of her was a guy with an orange mask. So you betrayed us Hinata, I didn't expect this from you. The Hinata in front of him started laughing as she melted away like wax. What the buck? He felt someone behind him, and when he turned around he found a silhouette that he recognized perfectly. Hinata, hello Toby. Toby was going to move but he felt as if something was holding him. Hinata, approaching him with one of her eyes glowing red, may I know why you attacked the leaf? Toby, I was planning to kill you to get Grandpa's Sharingan. Hinata, did you think I betrayed them? Toby, how could I not? You're pregnant by that idiot after you said you loved Naruto. Hinata, grabbing him by the face, listen to me you bucking idiot. Naruto is the only thing I have and what I love the most, and everything I've done is to revive him, so stop messing around letting him go because of you. Now I have to move forward with my plan. Turning around. Toby, what are you going to do? Hinata, you'll see now, move your stupid ass. Temp 2 Cap 9. Hinata and the now recognized Toby were walking along a path in the middle of the forest, both calm and with a somewhat hurried step. Toby, where are we going? Looking at the girl. Hinata, we are heading towards Hiyoshi Hot Springs. Toby, why are we heading there? Hinata, we must gather the materials to revive Naruto, as well as we must begin to gather our allies. In Hiyoshi Hot Springs there are the Kiba swords, so we will go for them. Toby, I see, where did you get that Rinnegan? At this question the girl stops, turning to look at him with that black eye as well as with his white eye. Hinata, should I answer you? Toby, I was just curious. Hinata, curiosity killed the cat. Toby, it's better than you don't know yet. So he returned to his journey towards the Hiyoshi Hot Springs, so they should hurry up. / in Konoha / Minato and Sasuke looked at each other seriously face to face. Minato, are you sure about what you're saying? Sasuke, Yes, he put on the same robe that the Akatsuki had. Minato, how am I sure that Hinata is still on his side? Sasuke, please Minato, you don't even know that she knew that all the Akatsuki are dead. Minato, yes, but we weren't sure about that. Sasuke, if she was on his side they wouldn't have kidnapped her. Minato, they could even do that to throw us off track. Sasuke, enough Minato getting up violently, I'm sick of your distrust. Hinata is my wife and the mother of my future child, so I have to rescue her at all costs. Minato, I know Sasuke, but you know I'm right, I'll help you find her, so don't do anything stupid. Sasuke left the office furious. He would find his wife even if it cost him his life. / with Hinata / Both had finally reached their destination. From the cliff that surrounded the hot springs they could see the place. Toby, crouching, so these are the famous Hyoshi hot springs. Hinata, that's right, in these hot springs Naruto and I fulfilled the mission. Toby, how do you know the Kiba swords are here? Hinata, because I know the man who would train the user. Toby, really? Hinata, yes, so follow me. Both crossed the hot springs, attracting attention due to their clothing, as their masks covered their faces, making them stand out. As they crossed the hot springs, they climbed up a valley to the other side of the cliff, where they found a doyo. Hinata, and here it is, get ready Toby. He agreed to enter. When he opened the door they found an older man with his back turned sitting while drinking tea. Hinata, hello, Sensei Ishikawa. The man turned around to see them. Ishikawa, I didn't think I'd see you again, Hinata. Hinata, kneeling, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Sensei, but you know what I'm talking about. Ishikawa, I know, from the day they left I knew what they would return to. Hinata, I hope you forgive me, Sensei. Ishikawa, I have nothing to forgive you, Hinata, you made your own decisions and I can't do anything. Hinata, you know more than anyone that good and evil depends on which angle you see it from. For you, I may be the bad one by trying to kill your student, but for me, Naruto, I will be the good one by reviving him. Ishikawa, I understand very well, Hinata, that's why forgive me. Both came out from the ground directly towards Hinata, which were stopped by some branches that came out of the ground itself. Ishikawa disappeared. Toby just watched as Hinata remained kneeling but with her eyes closed. Toby, Hinata just escaped. Hinata, of course not, it just makes it more fun, smiling creepily while opening his eyes, showing his activated Byakugan as well as his spinning Rinne Sharingan. 2 pairs of fangs could be seen in his smile. Outside, Ishikawa was running through the forest with a young woman with black hair. Both were wearing samurai armor, both were sweating cold, they could feel how they were being followed. They were the prey escaping from their predator. They heard the branches breaking, how the birds flew away in fear. It was then that they saw how the road ended when they reached the edge of another cliff. Hinata, why are you running, Sensei? Are you afraid of me? Ishikawa turned around again as the young woman stood in front of the man unsheathing the famous Kiba swords that screamed due to electricity. Hinata, so you were right, you trained the new user. Ishikawa, what are you doing, Tomo? Tomo, I won't let them harm you, Sensei. Hinata, ha ha ha, come on girl, show me how well Sensei Ishikawa trained you. Tomo launched herself at Hinata, who created a paper sword with which she stopped the girl's blades, but her paper sword was destroyed, allowing Tomo to be about to stab Hinata. But before she could do so, a second person appeared, hitting the girl in the face and throwing her against a tree. When she crashed, she turned around and threw the sword at Hinata, who took it, but heard a small noise, looked at her hand and saw an explosive sign on the handle of the sword, which exploded. The second person who appeared was Karen, who went against Tomo, who took out another Kiba sword and began to attack the red-haired girl. Karen gave in to the girl because she had no experience in sword fights. Her kunai alone was not enough to confront her. Ishikawa shot an arrow at the red-haired girl, who dodged it and left a gap for Tomo to stab Karen in the chest with both swords. To get them out, she split her in half, but when she expected liters of blood to come out, she saw how the girl came back together into what looked like pieces of paper, leaving the young woman perplexed. Kakuku, are you scared, girl? Tomo felt something surrounding her. When she looked down, she saw a huge paper snake trapping her. Ishikawa no Tomo. Tomo saw her sensei for the last time before being torn into pieces by the same paper snake. Ishikawa just looked in horror at the pieces of meat that had scattered across the floor. Hinata, I'm sorry, sensei, appearing behind the man, but no one will stop me from being with my Naruto again. Hinata pierced the man's chest with his hand. Ishikawa saw Hinata's hand, which had a lotus flower made of paper. Hinata, I'm so sorry, sensei, starting to cry, but this is necessary. Ishikawa, spitting blood. Hinata, someday you will regret what you do. Hinata, it might happen, but Naruto is worth the risk. Hinata pulled her hand out of the man's body, letting him fall dead to the ground. Toby appeared, seeing what the girl had done. Toby, wow, you don't change. Karen, was it always this bloody? Looking at Toby. Toby, yes, in fact it scared several of us. Hinata, stop talking, picking up the swords, it's time to go. Toby, why do you have to have those swords? If without them you are quite strong. Hinata, it's not the Toby swords, it's what they contain. Hinata took the swords by the hand to turn the handle knob, which seemed to unscrew, revealing how two pieces of paper came out of both handles. Toby, what is that? Hinata, this, dear Toby, is a map that will show us the way to the signal to bring Naruto back. Karen, I thought the seal that keeps Naruto in limbo can't be broken by Orochimaru. Hinata, of course not. The only way to break the seal is to look for it where it was created. Toby, don't tell me that. Hinata, yes, these are pieces of a map that would take us to Yuzu, the land of the whirlpool. Both spectators watched in amazement as the girl put the pieces of the map together. Hinata, don't be surprised, Naruto's arrival is getting closer and closer. Temp 2 Cap 10. Hinata and Toby walked through the forest, both in silence until the boy's question broke the atmosphere. Toby, where are we going now? Hinata, we should go look for the other swords, but we also have to visit someone special. Then leave that job to us. Hinata looked up, and on the branch of a tree were Junior and Zetsu, both with their black cloaks. The Uzumaki, seeing the red-haired boy, could see that resemblance to her husband. Hinata, I don't think they are competent enough for a job like this. Junior, is it so difficult to finish off simple swordsmen? Hinata, that's why I don't want you guys to go, you're too confident, Junior. Zetsu, allow us to complete this mission, Hinata-sama. The sooner we find those swords, the sooner we will bring back our leader. Hinata thought about it for a moment, and she was right. If they split up, they could revive Naruto faster. Hinata, very well, go to Kushi, there you will find our infiltrator, he will tell you where the swordsmen are currently. Zetsu, what will we do when we have them all? Hinata, we'll meet at Hiyoshi Hot Springs, so hurry up, I want you to be there when we arrive. Zetsu nodded, and they both disappeared while Hinata and Toby continued on their way. Toby, do you trust them? Hinata, not much, but we have to. This is for Naruto, making his eyes shine in the middle of the darkness. / / at Hiyoshi Hot Springs / An Amba Leaf team was at that location. Amba 1. So this is where these two ended up, looking at Tomo and Ishikawa's corpse. Amba 2. What a sad ending for them. Amba 3. What do we do now, Commander? Sasuke appeared in the Amba uniform wearing the mask. Sasuke, so it was true, seeing the bodies, let's go back to the village to give the report, let's move. So the four of them disappeared from the place, leaving everything as it was. / with Junior and Zetsu / Both of them traveled through the forest towards Kushi to fulfill Hinata's request. Junior, that brat is very conceited, don't you think? Zetsu, she has her reasons, she has enough power to kill us without any effort. Junior, looking at Zetsu strangely, really? But I don't even feel chakra coming from her. Zetsu, that's the problem, you're a censor, right? Seeing how the red-haired man acknowledged you should feel the chakra of every living being, how strong do you think it is to hide its chakra so that not even a censor can feel it? Junior, well, I don't know, I still don't believe you. Zetsu, Well, do I remember the assassination of the third Mizukage and the Daimyo of Fire? Junior, yes, Akatsuki was blamed for both attacks. Zetsu, and so it was. Hinata was the one who massacred a large part of the third Mizukage's army. With this she kept the three-tailed Biju as well as the six-tailed one. They say that she could melt the same armor of a Susanoo just by putting her hand on it. Junior had been surprised by that. If it was true, she could only face an entire village or more. After a couple of days they had finally arrived at their destination. They saw a small cabin in which there was a red cloud painted on the porch, so they knew it was there. When they knocked on the door they were greeted by a man in typical merchant clothing. "Oh, how can I help you, gentlemen? Would you like some sake?" "Junior, we were sent by Hinata Uzumaki." The man became serious and stepped aside to let them pass. Once inside they could see some barrels. "I thought she would come in person after the last time we saw each other." "Zetsu, he had some problems. What is his name?" "Oh? My name is Kenji. I'm a sake merchant, so I was able to help Hinata-sama find the swordsman." "Junior, well then speak, where are they?" "Kenji, they are marked on this map." Taking a sheet from under a futon to give them to them, "They should be in those locations since they have established themselves in those places." "Junior, well, seeing how Zetsu took the map, then we leave immediately. We are not going to waste any more time here." They both left, Kenji a little nervous. "Kenji, be careful, gentlemen. I've heard that those swordsmen are even tougher than the previous ones." "Junior, that's no problem. Let's go, Zetsu." Both disappeared, surprising the man, who returned home to continue with his business. / and Konoha / Minato received information about Sasuke's mission. Minato, so they killed them and stole their swords, looking at the village from the window of his office. Sasuke, that's right, kneeling in front of the blonde. Minato, and you still have doubts? Turning around to see him. Sasuke, I accept that Akatsuki revived, but Hinata can't be involved. Remember that she is pregnant. Minato, I know, that's why we have to find her as soon as possible. Sasuke, what are you doing now? Minato, we must gather the alliance to inform them that Akatsuki has been revived so that they keep their eyes wide open. Sasuke, perfect, that way we'll find them sooner. They both agreed as they began to spread the news. / with Hinata and Toby / Both, after traveling for a few days, had finally arrived at their next destination. Toby, so the fog village, sitting on a branch while wiggling his feet like a child. Hinata, that's right, we have to pay a visit to a friend of mine. Toby, friend of yours? Hinata, that's right, come with me. They both used the transformation jutsu. Hinata turned into a beautiful blonde woman wearing a beautiful black dress that showed off her beautiful legs, while Toby turned into a hunched old man. They headed to what was the Kage Tower. The villagers just looked at them strangely but let them pass because the ninja world is too strange. When they arrived, they entered the tower. The secretary saw them and saw a wall of papers blocking the entrance. Hinata, untransforming, excuse me for entering like this, miss, may I know if the Mizukage is here? The secretary agreed, as fear completely invaded her so much that she had urinated in her seat. Hinata, I'm sorry miss, but approaching while spinning her Rinnegan, this will stay between us. Shortly after, both figures appeared at the door of the Kage's office. Toby opened the door to see Mei smoking a cigar while looking at her village through the window. Damn, shitty interior designs. Mei, I knew you would come back, Hinata-chan. Hinata, really? That's a little weird on your part. I thought you wouldn't want to see me again after what you did. Mei, and what am I supposed to do according to your ideas? Turning to look at her while putting out the cigarette he was smoking. Hinata, let's see. It was curious that the Alliance knew exactly where the Akatsuki base was. Only 2 people knew where it was, and one of them had just died. She was killed by you. Mei, I'm surprised you were bothered by the death of a person like her. I mean, after all, it bothered you. Hinata, I don't deny it, but it was necessary. Even so, it doesn't matter anymore. The point here is that you betrayed us. Mei, I only did what was best for my village, and that was to get rid of future enemies. Hinata, ha, you know, what you did was put the rope around your neck. Mei, let's stop the formalities, brat. This time I'm going to kill you once and for all. Mei threw her desk towards Hinata, but the object was broken by Karen, who appeared using her chains. Hinata, take care of the ambush, Toby. You know what to do. I'll take care of this hitch, taking out the Kiba swords. Both women rushed to fight, but it was not with blows. No, they were ladies. Those two fought with jutsu so powerful that they would make many run. Mei, steam element, heat wave. Hinata, heat release, zone melt. The heat attacks were merging due to a strange chemical reaction that was possible here. Everything around them began to melt, causing the fight between Karen and the others present to take place far from that narrow office. Even though half the office was melted, they both continued to fight. Even their clothes began to give in to the heat. Mei, wow, you are good cleaning lava that had come out of her mouth. Hinata, this is nothing, sticking the swords into the ground. Lightning element, electric path. A lightning bolt had struck the area where Hinata was, destroying what little remained of the office, causing a path of electricity to go towards Mei, which created a rock wall that was destroyed, causing the woman to receive the attack. Due to the attack, the leader had been sent to the streets of the village. The civilians had already fled, but at this time the mist ninjas had come to support their leader. When they arrived, they saw a wounded Mei getting up from the tower. Hinata smiled, seeing her still alive. Hinata, I'm glad you're still alive, throwing himself to the ground, creating a crater when he hits it so I can keep playing with you. The mist ninjas stood in front of their leader to protect her. Mei smiled at this because they were her best men. Maybe they could face the girl. But her smile was erased when Hinata appeared in front of her in a flash, taking her by the neck and lifting her up. Mei, what? Behind Hinata she could see the torn bodies of her ninjas. Hinata, taking out a sword. Kiba, did you think you could face me? Squeezing his grip. Because of you I lost everything. My village cutting off one of Mei's arms, my family cutting off the other arm, and above all because of you they took me away from my Naruto, and that I will never forgive. Hinata had torn off Mei's head, letting the woman's body fall before the petrified gaze of villagers and ninjas. Toby, Hinata, I've done what you asked me to do, appearing behind her next to a blood-stained Karen. Hinata, perfect, it's time to go. Hinata created a metal bar that she nailed to the ground and then nailed Mei's head into it, so the three of them disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves, leaving everyone present with their pride in pieces. // at Hiyoshi Hot Springs / Hinata and Toby arrived at these hot springs. They went to a special one where Zetsu and Junior were in a room. While Junior was in the water, Zetsu was eating. Hinata, I hope you got them appearing. Zetsu, of course, Hinata-sama. Hinata, where are they? Junior pointed to a wall in the room where there were only 4 swords. Hinata, where is the Kubikuribocho? Junior, there was a little problem coming out of the water naked to go towards them. Hinata, looking at Junior's member, if it was as small as your penis, I don't know why they couldn't fix it. Junior, what did you say, Hitch? Angry. Zetsu, the sword is in Konoha, saving Junior's life. Hinata, what do you mean, Konoha? Junior, someone special has it for you. Hinata, get to the point. Zetsu, the sword is owned by Sasuke Uchiha. Temp 2 Cap 11. The heat in the room began to rise as those in it tried to get away. Toby, calm down, Hina-chan, don't get angry, moving his hands comically to try to calm her down. Hinata, that son of a hitch, I'm going to kill him. Zetsu, Hinata-sama, we must calm down so we can plan this properly. Hinata snorted and sighed so that the heat would gradually subside. Hinata, Zetsu is right, lying down on the ground. They say revenge is best served cold. Well, let's warm this up, licking her lips as she ran her finger across them. / and Konoha / In the Hokage's room we can see that on his desk there were 3 holograms that represented the other Kages: Oinoki Kage of the Rock Village, A of the Cloud Village, and Kankuro Current Kage of the Sand. Minato, Some was really killed. That's right, ninjas under my command confirmed it to me when they saw the mutilated body of the Mizukage. Minato took a long sigh and turned around to look out the window. Kankuro, Minato Dano, you must agree with the statement that Akatsuki has revived and now does not want the beasts but to destroy us. Minato, I know, but what are we going to do? Not only have they killed the two who gave us information about the new dawn, but they also killed the swordsmen we had chosen to fight against them if they reappeared. Oanoki, they are no longer an option and never were. Now what we must do is prepare to fight against themselves. I agree with that. I will prepare all my troops in case we need to fight immediately. Kankuro, it's for the best. We trusted each other, and now we pay the consequences. Oanoki, Minato, we must find Hinata. If we find her, we will find them. Minato, I know, as soon as I find her I will find out everything she knows. What none of them knew was that behind the door of the Hokage office was Sasuke listening to the conversation, and when he heard what Minato had said his Sharingan had activated automatically. So the Uchiha had gone to his home. When he arrived home he felt a lump in his throat because the memories of all the moments he had spent with Hinata were going through his head, and now being alone in this huge house felt like when he was a child again. Wow, it's quiet around here. Sasuke turned with his sword to threaten the man next to him. Hey, that aggressiveness doesn't attract girls. Sasuke, who the buck are you? Someone sent me to give you some information that you would like to know. Sasuke, what are you talking about? Do you want to see your beloved Hinata again? Hearing that, Sasuke activated his Sharingan again to see him. Sasuke, where's Hinata? The man smiled and began walking until he sat on the sofa. There is a legend that tells the story of a couple in love who, upon seeing themselves separated, thousands of birds formed a bridge so that they could see each other at least once. But tell me, have you been good to the birds? The man disappeared before Sasuke's eyes. What the man had told him was a riddle to find out where Hinata was. Birds. He had never had birds, but he did know someone who was nicknamed like a bird. / on the other side of the village / Sasuke appeared in the old headquarters of the Root Elements, and was wandering around looking for some sign that would show where Hinata was. Sasuke. Upon hearing that scream, he immediately knew who it was, so following the screams that accompanied the first one, he arrived at an empty room that in the middle had a Hinata who was tied up by the arms and legs, with a couple of cloths being the only thing covering her. Sasuke, Hinata. The Uchiha approached the young woman only for the ground to open before he could touch her. Trying not to fall, he looked away so that when he saw the girl again, she was no longer there. You fell for the oldest trick of all. Red chains emerged from the ground and held Sasuke by his limbs. Sasuke, what do you want? Angry. I just came for something that doesn't belong to you, so just don't look at me. Another chain appeared to wrap itself around the Uchiha's head so that he would not look. The man began to search for what he needed. After a couple of minutes he had finally found it. Sealed in a scroll was the legendary sword Kubikura Bocho. Sasuke, so you're part of Akatsuki. You barely noticed? Well, there's nothing you can know. Kill him. Before the chains cut, the Uchiha, a flash had taken him away. Wow, they had barely realized that their friend had disappeared. In the room there were now 7 Ambus and the Hokage who held Sasuke in his arms. Minato, they attack. The 7 Ambus attacked him, but before they could touch him with their katanas, they passed through him as if he were mist or smoke. I'm so sorry, but I can't stay to play, it's time to go. Just like that he had disappeared. Minato, who was it? Looking at Sasuke. Sasuke, I don't know. He showed up at my house saying he knew where Hinata was, but as you can see he lied, he only had Zabuza's sword with him. Minato, well, it's time to go, we must meet with the council to talk about this. / somewhere in the woods / The same man from before was kneeling in front of a figure. Well done, Toby, now we can know where Yuza is. Toby, what are we going to do next, Hinata-chan? Hinata, after knowing how to return to Naruto we can begin with our plan. Toby, very well, I will prepare a boat. In that place a map would be formed and pasted, and when Hinata saw it she smiled. Hinata, well, it's time for my beloved husband to return. Other figures appeared surrounding Hinata which made her eyes shine. Hinata, now it's time to start. Season 2, Chapter 12. The sun was setting. A small boat saw a huge island a couple of kilometers away. Toby, Hinata-chan, we're here. Hinata, not yet, there is a bar. Hinata walked to the tip of the ship where she put her hand forward to come across what seemed like an invisible barrier. Touching it, she even stopped the ship, surprising those who accompanied her. Hinata, the Uzumakis created this barrier so that no one other than them could enter. Junior, is that why you brought me? Approaching her. Hinata, I'm sorry, but your blood isn't pure enough since your dad isn't an Uzumaki. Junior, so? Hinata, even after their extinction there were those who continued with their pure blood. From a ring on his left hand he took a drop of blood with which he touched the barrier, and thus an opening was made present because the barrier that was once invisible now revealed that it was covered in hundreds of sealing papers. Junior, what the hell? Surprised. Hinata, this is the strongest protection bar of all. Zetsu, so how come the other villages attacked them even with this barrier? Hinata, without turning to look at them because one of their own betrayed them. With that revelation they advanced through a small space that had formed. When they reached the shore they saw how the weeds began to walk their path in life because what was once the welcome sign of the Uzumakis was now rotten and covered in mold. Junior felt regret seeing that, but as he could he advanced following Hinata. When they crossed all those weeds they could see how what was once a great empire was now only rubble and dust. Junior, was this Yuzu? Hinata, it seems so. Zetsu, how could they end up like this? Hinata, because of the fear of others. So the small group advanced towards the only structure that was standing. When they entered the only thing they could see was a somewhat strange painting as it was a dragon eating a titan. Junior, and now? Hinata, we have to look for someone. Hinata activated her Byakugan to find a secret passage behind the painting. With one blow she destroyed the entrance, allowing them to pass. As they walked they saw a decoration that flaunted the body of a snake, while the hallway was illuminated by torches that lit up on their own as well as Hinata's clothes changed. The turn Akatsuki robe she wore faded into butterflies. That was when a bright light would surround her body, revealing that she was now wearing a full-body white yukata tied with a ribbon at her waist as well as decorations on the yukata. Her long hair that she had previously tied up now danced all over her back, leaving her companions surprised. When they reached the end of the stairs an area in front of them lit up. Toby, wow, how beautiful, 3, he said happily. Hinata, don't come closer. Hinata walked to the center of the place where upon arriving a huge snake appeared to wrap itself around her and roar in front of her face. Who are you and how dare you enter my territory? Hinata, who remained serious, looked at the snake in her eyes and showed her 2 digitsus. Hinata, I am Hinata Uzumaki. I come here so I can get away to bring my husband back from limbo. Hearing this, the snake began to laugh loudly while Hinata looked at her without flinching. Please, brat, not even I who move between life and death can do such a thing. Hinata, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, so just tell me. Ha ha ha, there is only one way you can do it. Find the goddess of the moon and steal her heart so you can have enough power to do what you set out to do. Hinata agreed to go back where she came from, but the snake attacked her, but before it touched her several wooden stakes pierced it, stopping its attack. Hinata, it was stupid of you to think you could stop me. She will kill you, you are no match for her. Hinata, 3 mistakes, she will not be a match for me. The snake exploded in blood as Hinata approached her companions who were waiting patiently for her. Junior, now what? Hinata, you will go meet with the people we have infiltrated and tell them to prepare because we are about to begin our masterpiece. Junior, and what will you do? Hinata, I'll go with Zetsu to go somewhere special while you and Toby will go on the mission I just assigned to you. Toby, if Toby went with the brat. Hinata, don't kill him, go, we'll meet at our old base. The 2 mentioned left the place to do what they had been ordered while Zetsu looked at Hinata. Zetsu, what are we going to do? Hinata, what do you know about the moon goddess? Zetsu, she is sealed. There is no other way to awaken her other than using the 9 bijus. Hinata, yes, but to gather them we need Naruto. Zetsu, there is another way, Years ago I learned in the archives of the Uzumaki clan that there is a way to revive people by giving someone's soul for that of this other person. Hinata, do you think that jutsu will work? Zetsu, maybe yes, we could exchange Naruto's soul for someone else's. Hinata, okay, let's go find that jutsu. / in the Leaf Village / Again Minato was watching the holograms of the other Kages. Onoki. Hitting his desk, I knew those bastards were still alive. We must find them and kill them as soon as possible. Minato, now that they have stolen Sasuke's sword in the same village, I realize that they will now be more daring. Kankuro, that's why we must prepare ourselves. Minato, I know, I've been mobilizing all my people and you should do the same. Yes, I think we better meet to talk about this. Minato, I agree, and you? Onoki, no, if we are on the defensive, those bastards will attack us, and it will be easier for them to defeat us. I propose that we do the same as last time, find them and attack them ourselves. Minato, last time it was Mei who told us where they were hiding, now how will we know where to find them? We have the best trackers, so we have to look for them. Minato, well then we have to create a plan, the plan for the hunt for the new dawn. All the leaders agreed that they should take Akatsuki as a serious threat. / at the hot springs a month later / Junior was watching a little bird bathe in a puddle while singing happily, but he saw a pair of legs swinging on the ceiling. Junior, they took a while to arrive, don't you think? Well, it wasn't easy to learn a high-caliber jutsu. Junior, very well, now what do we do? Hinata, let's all prepare ourselves. Junior heard a knock on the door, so he opened the door, and 6 different people walked through. Junior, who are they? Looking at the strangers. Hinata, they will be the ones who help us in our mission to bring Naruto back to life, sitting in the same place where Junior was before, but with that little bird in her hand standing on her finger. Junior, very well, sitting on the floor, what are we going to do then? Hinata, that's easy, Orochimaru and Zetsu will be in charge of recruiting our army. Tobi will be in charge of visiting the big villages to leave them a gift, while Kagura, Taiya and Gaara will come with me. The last 3 agreed. If Kagura, character created in a Naruto game, was a former ninja of the Leaf who wanted to be a student of Tsunade, but she refused, so she wanted revenge on her for shattering her dreams. Taiya had survived when she was captured and tortured by ninjas of the Leaf, so now she had decided to destroy the village, while Gaara, when killing his sister, had sunk in sadness, but now he was there ready to begin his revenge. Junior, are you sure what we're going to do? Hinata, more than ever, Naruto will return to me, burning the little bird. A woman's true love has no limits. Temp 2 Cap 13. As the group gave the final details of their plan in that room, Junior straightened up as if he had sensed something threatening. Hinata, what's wrong? Junior, a large group is approaching. Hinata, are they trying to attack us again? Junior, maybe some villager gave them information. Hinata, this time it won't be so easy for you, you already know what to do. A huge group of ninjas from the 5 nations was approaching when suddenly from the center of the small town came out a huge black creature which seemed to be made of smoke. The ninjas were scared to see how some kind of arms came out of it that caught them to tear them apart. / in the village of Iron / The 5 leaders were gathered in a kind of room with Ino, who had a communicator in her head, like the one they use in the anime. Ino, it can't be. Tsunade, what's going on, Ino? Ino, a huge creature just appeared and attacked the men. Onoki, our best men are on their way, I'm sure that's a distraction. Yes, as soon as they meet Team B they will be history. / with that B team a couple of hours later / That group was made up of the elite ninjas of the 5 villages, and among them was Sasuke, who was serious. Ninja noob, we are approaching the village waterfall, so get ready, there we will meet with the others. The huge group of 50 men ran as fast as they could. When they came into sight of the village they all stopped. What was once the prosperous and leafy village of the waterfall was now only ashes. Even so, the ninjas entered it. What they saw were belts of severed bodies of civilians and the men they would meet with. Ninjarina, are we that late? No, they arrived just in time. Everyone saw how on top of one of the houses there was a man with a mask, hooded and with one of his hands holding a woman. Sasuke recognized him immediately when he saw him. Sasuke, you're the one who attacked me at Danzō's base. Where's my wife? Furious. Ha ha ha, she throwing the body of the dead woman who was a ninja is where she should be. Maybe I can stay and play a little longer. / with Hinata / While the others were busy with other matters, Mifune, the leader of the samurai, knew that they would come for the boy's body, so he himself guarded the entrance with his most loyal men. Samurai, sir, I looked at that. Mifune saw a dense fog approaching them while some luminous balls came out of it. Mifune, remember we are the ones who will bring light to this world. The group prepared to enter that fog. Inside they saw how creatures rose from the ground. Infusing their katanas with chakra, they finished them off. Mifune continued walking because he wanted to face whoever was the creator of this fog. When a cloud of fog passed, he could see Hinata in front of him wearing the Akatsuki robe, while she was sitting on some rocks. Mifune, you don't belong here. Hinata, I have walked through death and ruin to return to him. Give me back my husband angrily. Mifune, you are going to destroy this world, taking his hand to the handle of his katana. In a flash, Hinata appeared in front of him to hold him by the neck. Hinata, he is my world. Using her heat, she began to consume him until he was completely turned to ashes. Junior appeared next to her. Junior, Hinata, demons trapped. Hinata changed her clothes again as she walked towards the entrance. While the leaders, hearing the screams of the ninjas, left the office to see that fog. Minato, no, that's where Naruto's body is. The leaders tried to go there, but a large number of monsters appeared to block their way. / with Hinata / Our beloved waifu walked elegantly down the hall straight to where Naruto was. You might wonder how he knew where Naruto was, right? Well, remember that Setsu had given him the blonde's Rinnegan. When he was finally in front of the door, he stopped. Junior, are you ready? Hinata, sure. With force, she had opened the doors to be able to see Naruto's body that was as if crucified. The girl slowly approached him while Junior followed her behind. Junior, now that we have the body, what are we going to do? Hinata, we're going to revive it. Junior, what? But I thought we were only going to take his eyes. Hinata, that's no longer possible, turning around because we already have his eyes, showing him the Rinnegan. Junior was stupefied to see her with the Rinnegan in her eyes, as well as seeing some blades in that white eye that he thought was the only one she had. Junior, how did I not see this before? Hinata used genjutsu. Junior, so how will you revive it? Hinata, he is either dead nor alive. His soul is sealed in limbo, that is why he is dead. Junior, so what are you doing? Hinata, to bring him back, his soul must be replaced with another to take his place. Junior, and what soul will you use? Hinata, yours. Junior opened his eyes when he felt chains holding him. Karen had appeared to hold Junior, while Hinata traced 5 hand seals so that in the end her right hand was covered by white fire. She approached Junior to stab him in the center of his chest, while the red-haired boy screamed in pain. A torrent of light appeared where Junior was, as well as particles of light came out of the red-haired boy to go towards Naruto. Hinata, finally after years I can finally have Naruto in my arms again. Darkness, that's all he saw. Paradise? Hell? That didn't exist. It was just an infinite void. He didn't feel anything. He didn't know if he was even in control of his reason. But the only thing he thought about was Hinata, her eyes, her lips, the sound of her voice, her smile, and how he felt when he hugged her. He only had one reason, he only had one damn reason to stay alive, and that was Hinata. She had been the first to understand me, the first person who loved me no matter what, and I'm sure that she would give her life for me, and it's the same thing I would do. It was then that I opened my eyes. In front of me was Hinata, but she was no longer the same. She looked very different. She was taller. Her hair was longer, she was wearing different clothes, and I felt my chakra in her. Naruto, Hinata? The girl, upon hearing him, dropped Junior's body so she could turn around and see her beloved. Hinata, Naruto running towards him to hug him finally. You're alive, you don't know how happy I am. Naruto, with his face between Hinata's breasts due to their height difference. I see that you followed through with the plan. Hinata, that's right, love, just as you asked. Naruto, okay, carrying Hinata, it's time for us to get out of here. The leaders of the large villages arrived on the scene. Minato, no, shocked it can't be. Oanoki, is it the Edo Tensei? Same as Minato and the others. Minato, it can't be possible. Hiruzen sealed his soul in the Shinigami. So how is it possible that he is alive now? Minato, I don't know. Run away from him. Destiny always arrives, and now it is here. Oh, I must say you are already here. The five watched as Naruto left the place where he was confined. In his arms he carried a smiling Hinata. Naruto, hello, did you miss me? Temp 2 Cap 14. Everyone was in shock when they saw the blonde in front of them. Naruto, wow, so they are still friends from what I see. He activated his armor to launch himself towards Naruto, but he didn't even take a step when a huge shock wave swept away everyone. From the rubble, the leaders got up to see how Naruto and Hinata were still in the same place. Naruto, it's weird, you know? Looking at his hand, I thought that after dying something would change in me, but it didn't happen like that. Naruto saw something attack him, but he stopped it with just 2 of his fingers. It was Sasuke with his katana trying to stab him. Sasuke, apart from Hinata. Naruto rejected him with a look, and again that shock wave pushed the Uchiha away and hit the leaders again. Naruto, releasing Hinata, and why are you interested in my wife? To do this, Sasuke had to get up with difficulty, supporting himself with his sword. Sasuke, she is my partner, and she is expecting a child of mine. Naruto became angry when he heard this. He looked at Hinata, who was leaning on him, and grabbed her by the neck to lift her up. Naruto, what did Hinata say? Hinata, no my love, it's not what you think, blushes. Naruto, so what is it? Hinata, let me go and I'll show you. Naruto released her. On the ground, Hinata knelt to draw some seals and touch the ground. In front of Sasuke's horrified gaze, a white mass began to take the form of an exact replica of the Hyuga, but the only thing different about it was that this copy had a bulge in her stomach, a sign of pregnancy. Sasuke, what? Hinata, years ago, when I was in Konoha, I needed to gain the trust of the leaders, for Minato to stop watching me so much so I could plan well and revive my love hugging Naruto, so I intended to be your partner. What better than to make them think that the strongest Byakugan reproduced with the last Sharingan? No one said anything. Sasuke, shocked, stood up to look at Hinata. Sasuke, no, that can't be true. I felt your warmth, the softness of your skin. I knew every corner of your body. Hinata, of course not. The heat you were talking about was a Zetsu. Physics does wonderful things. The body you fell in love with was my teacher's. A couple of times I saw her naked while we were going to the hot springs, and as for your son. Hinata approached her clone, and using only her hand she cut off the head of the clone, who was smiling while looking at Sasuke, who was beginning to cry. Naruto, ha 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 ha, covering his face while laughing. Who would say that a girl as pretty as Hinata would create such a crazy plan? Hinata approached Naruto to start rubbing herself with him. Hinata, do you really believe me, my love? Naruto, taking her gently by the neck, of course, my love. Naruto gave a kiss to the girl who kept carving on him, while Sasuke got up again, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan and creating an incomplete Susanoo which attacked them, but branches had grown from the ground that held the Susanoo. Naruto let out chakra that took the form of the nine-tailed fox, even though this chakra was red. The leaders could still see inside it, watching as Naruto and Hinata hugged each other. Naruto, I'm going to end this world, but it won't be today. To enjoy my revenge, I'll do it slowly. When I return, the ninja world will fall. The fox lunged at them but disappeared in the fire, leaving everyone frightened. / elsewhere / The main group of the New Dawn walked through some corridors. Kagura, so Hinata-sama asked us to come. Gaara, that's because Naruto has returned. The 7 entered only to see Naruto sitting on what was a throne in the Akatsuki robe. Kneeling next to him was Hinata, who hugged him by the legs. Kagura, our leader is a child? Kagura watched as the others knelt in front of Naruto, hunching his face and placing his hand on his heart. Toby, don't underestimate him. Kagura in front of you is the strongest man in the world. Naruto's purple eyes glowed, scaring the woman. Naruto, I'm glad to see you again. Gaara, same here, friend. Orochimaru, I expected nothing less from someone I train. Zetsu, it's nice to see you again. Naruto. Taiyuya, I expected nothing less from the new leader. Toby, I waited a long time for you, brat. Karen, I'm so excited crying to see you again. Naruto, I miss you so much. Naruto, stop doing that. Lifting Hinata to sit her on her legs to put her face on the girl's breasts. Is everything ready? Hinata, we just have to gather the animals they caught. Naruto, that's the least of it. Raising his hand, now that I'm here that won't be necessary. Hinata, then what will we do? Naruto, just watch. Naruto stood up to draw seals, and behind him a tree grew, but with a white trunk. From the branches of this tree buds began to grow and fell to the ground. Thus hundreds of white zetsus had appeared and new buds were created. Orochimaru, what are we going to do? Naruto. Naruto, let's wait a couple of days, give me time to make other preparations. Kagura, why don't we attack them at once? Naruto, we need our army to be bigger, but besides that we must wait for the moon. Everyone looked at how the moon shone. We need it for what we are going to do. Taiyuya, what are we going to do? Naruto, we will destroy all the villages and towns, we will erase all evil from the root, and when we are done, the world will be what it should always be. From the ground behind Naruto appeared 6 bodies in Akatsuki robes, but one of them with red hair made his eyes shine, which were now purple. Temp 2 Cap 16. All the villages were in shock. The new dawn had awakened again, and as far as they knew they could attack at any moment. The people wanted to flee the villages, but the leaders did not allow it. Many other countries had resigned themselves. After the last attack they realized that they were so damn strong that nothing would be able to stop them. But even with all that, the leaders of the now 4 great villages were not willing to surrender without a fight first, so they had gathered in the country of iron. Minato, we must create a plan to confront them. Yes, but last time we almost died, and we only got away with it because we had the element of surprise. Now we have nothing left. Onoki, it doesn't matter, we can't let those criminals complete what they want. Kankuro, if they complete it, the whole world as we know it will go to shit. Minato, just look at how the Fog Village ended. All its ninjas fled, and not to mention its inhabitants. We must use all the power we have at hand. Everyone but agreed. Then Mifune, leader of the samurai, entered. Mifune, now they won't be alone. Many important people see the new dawn as a great threat, so they will finance everything they want for this war. Minato, that would help us a lot. Well then let's get ready. Even as the alliance made its plans, the new dawn was also preparing. Naruto was sitting on the edge of his bed as he watched the sun slowly rise. Hinata, are you okay? A naked Hinata appeared to hug him from behind, placing her blonde's head between her breasts. Naruto, yes, just that I was thinking about how death was. Hinata must have been difficult. Naruto, not at all. Being dead is nothing, a bucking void. You don't feel anything. Being dead, I didn't even feel the passage of time. It was like a blink. When I was conscious, you were in front of me. Hinata, I see. Naruto, that's why I want to create a new world, where we can live in peace forever. Hinata, do you think that's possible? Naruto, of course, that's why separating from her to get up we must complete everything. Naruto dressed Hinata to leave his room. While they walked through the halls, everyone who saw him knelt down. They stopped walking when they were in the center of what looked like a city. Naruto, nothing must fail Hinata. Hinata, don't worry, everything will go just as we planned. What happened years ago won't happen again. Naruto, then let's move. Naruto looked in front of him as hundreds of thousands of white zetsus knelt before him. Among them were those who had helped them with their plan. Orochimaru, this is all Naruto list. Kagura, the items have been placed as ordered, Naruto-sama. Naruto, okay, Toby, you know what to do. Toby, who was on top of a statue that rose up and disappeared through a whirlpool. Naruto, it's time for our whole plan to begin. Hinata, are you sure you want to do it so soon? Naruto, the full moon must be full for our plan to work, that way the power we need will be ours. / on the other hand, with the leaders of the large villages / Everyone was gathered in the same samurai room to prepare their defense and attack at the new dawn, but while this was happening, Minato felt something being thrown at him, but using his special jutsu he disappeared, revealing that where Minato was sitting before there was now a huge stake. Everyone was alerted, seeing what had just happened. Minato, you must have a lot of courage to enter a room where there are 5 of the strongest men in the world, or you are just stupid. In front of the leaders of a whirlpool appeared Toby, who looked at them in silence. Toby, maybe it can be both. Who are you? Toby, you don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I was the one who led the New Dawn, the organization that you tried to destroy. I suffered because of all of you, because of the great villages. All the happiness I once had was destroyed by your filthy hands. Everything I worked for, everything I loved, everyone I loved is gone now. Everyone was shocked to hear him scream. They could feel the hatred that came from his being. Toby, that's why the New Dawn has risen again to bring true peace to this world. Akatsuki declares war not only on you but on the whole world, because you know the past cannot be forgotten. The whirlwind will be your doom. The samurai guards attacked him, but Toby disappeared in an explosion of stakes that killed the guards. The leaders evaded the stakes. Coming to their senses, they knew what they should do. Minato, the whirlpool, Uzumaki, they must be in Yuzunogakure. Mifune, let your men gather together. It's time for this madness to end. / with Naruto / Naruto was on top of a tower. Next to him was Hinata, and on the other side was Gaara. Naruto, everything ready? Hinata, yes, Toby just returned. The leaders must start moving. Naruto, okay, the pieces are moving again. Gaara, may I give the touch? Approaching him. Naruto, fine, but let it be fast. Gaara pressed a button that was on the ground. With that great sound of a trumpet spread throughout the place, the earth opened as well as the sea, and from under the tower thousands of white Zetsus began to emerge, accompanied by others that were black, as well as hundreds of coffins came out of the tower. Naruto, well, Happy New Year!
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.